Rye. Hello, Rye. Good morning. Rezi. Hello. Ajax. Aloha. Rezi, I'm doing the morning streams. Rezi, a brand new game just came out, Aim to Capture, what I'm going to play right now. There are no reviews on Steam. There is nobody following it actively in the category. If you look at it, it's kind of crazy. And I have no idea what this is. So, I don't know. It intrigued me. It intrigued me, and I am very curious to see what it's about. Only chapter 1 has been released so far. Greg? Kip, what the fuck? Real answer. Smooches for the biggest cutie. Mwah. Yeah, this seems like a psychological thriller. So I was like, hello? Hydrate. I will hydrate. I hope it will traumatize you. I'm already traumatized enough from this fandom in my life. So I want to share it with everybody else. Rezi, it's kind of like, Rezi, if I'm drawn to this game, it's probably going to be something crazy. Just a feeling. Just a big feeling. Ooh, let's go. So I'm going to give it like a minute. I'm going to sit here on the silent screen just to kind of like take it in. But yeah, I did want to get back into my stream time again. And I had a lot of fun with you guys yesterday post MagFest. So I was like, why not? It's morning. I woke up at 9 a.m. today like a regular human being. Why not? Right? So here we are. If you ever need snuggles after, I'll happily offer. Big bro. Real answer. I got you. Mwah. I'll give you some snuggles back. Tristan. Hi there, Tristan. Aloha. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. I see you with the Jake emote, too. I'm going to lick you back. But yeah, I have no idea what this game is. It is amazingly undocumented. And again, like, if you want to be the first follower of this game on Twitch, better check below and follow it because there are 0 followers keeping track of what this game is. 2 days in a row. What has caused us to receive such blessings? I woke up early and I'm in a good mood. And my New Year's resolution was to actually focus a bit on my own stuff and have a good time with that. So here I am, streaming once again rather than working all the time. Kind of crazy, I know. Object permanence be damned. Rezi. Rye, you giving lickies over here? Kept following a streaming schedule. I never follow a schedule. You've done this forever, Rezi. There's no such thing as a stream schedule. The Shadow of the Wolfoo kisses with both sides? Yo, if the kiss in the middle doesn't make my paws purple. I know my pants are already purple, but... Alright, let me double check to make sure everything else is working. I don't know how loud this game will be once it loads up, but I'm going to assume that it will be, well, hopefully just fine. And we will see. Furry Romo! Aloha, boy. Hi, Romo. Romo, you need some steppies. It's been too long. Ajax, are you taking notes on the booty? Because that is the correct choice. That's what you should be doing, actually. But yeah. Yeah, you licking? Oh, when? Soon? I don't know. When am I going to see you again? I need to. We need to get in on that. Hello? But yeah. So, I'm going to give it just a little bit longer, probably like another minute, and then we'll get right into it. So yeah, I have no idea what this is. I only just randomly came across it today, and I thought, this seems neat. And I'm curious to see. So it is a free game on Steam. Once again, this is Aim to Capture. It is a free horror furry visual novel game. Amazing and undocumented. And I want to share the experience with you guys. So here we are, right? Oh, all the ass in my chat. Oh my god, I believe in it. I do too, Shadow. I believe in you, Shadow. Mwah, miss you, love you, girl. Furry horror. I know, furry horror. It's almost like we live that every day. Anyway, let's get right into it. Sound redeems are off because I want everybody to experience this game, and if you like it, help support. Oh, actually, ads are starting. I lied. We're gonna wait for the ad break to go away. Yuck. Anyway, we'll let that go past. So that'll be like a minute or two. But yeah, we're going to work to enjoy this. We're going to work to see this and support it because I believe in supporting creators. I'm going to quick story time while the ad break's going to start up. That I was at our lovely MagFest with Lycanthrope Michael, Byron, and while I was there, I went to the dealer's den and I met a author there actually, and I bought his book while he was there. Let me grab the book. It's right behind me. One second. Ah, there we go. I'm back. I grabbed it. This book is called The Hacker's Monarchy. It is by Dan Haddock. He signed the book for me, and he said, "Thank you very much, Kip. I appreciate you." And I was like, "That's awesome." I bought the hardcover of the book. Get out to the States. Yeah, you get out. And it is an interesting sci-fi read. I love to read books, if you don't know. I actually read 2 books in total during my plane trips. I like to read. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes down to it. But I don't usually partake of fiction too often. But this caught my eye. I talked to the author. In a nutshell, this is a book that takes place in an alternate universe where equality reigns supreme over the individualism of people. And there's Hacker's Monarchy. There's a thing in this world that exists, and it's called hacking. And it exists through different colors. So you have different hacking colors. These different hacking colors are attributed to your personality. So, for example, he noticed my fursuit head, and he's like, "Oh, yellow." He's like, "Yeah, we do have a yellow hacking, and that is like you're outgoing, you're optimistic, you're bright and bubbly, and it means like you have a lot of fun." And da-da-da. I was like, "Oh," and then I clapped back and I said, "And also it means beneath the surface we're really anxious." And then he like kind of stopped and he was like, "Oh my God, so you know colors and color theory and personality, do you?" And I was like, "Oh, I do. Oh, I do very much so." And we had a really interesting and deep conversation about colors and personality traits and how we wear it on our sleeve. And so this book talks about different colors and how they would affect this hacking. Hacking isn't a traditional computer hacking. Rather, it is a hacking that you get a shortcut to getting results. So, for example, if I'm a blue hacker, I can hack people's emotions, right? And so I could perform or dance or whatever, and it would captivate the audience, and I can influence them through my own emotional state and being. And therefore I can get more tips, or I can make people come to understanding, or I can calm somebody down, things like that. If I'm a green hacker, I can hack life itself. That is to say, living things. Like I can hack mushrooms to grow out of my arms if I want to, for example. Smile, smile, nods at the book. Oh, so it's just like that one movie where they nerfed literally everyone. Yeah, exactly. And so there is a thing put in place that makes it so that everybody is equal. And if you are found to be a hacker, you are more than likely executed. So, anyway, interesting read. I'll go on about that later as I finish the book. I'm currently halfway through it. I am enjoying it very much, but if you want to take a read, it is The Hacker's Monarchy. It is by Dan Haddock. I am not sponsored at all. I just enjoy his work. Anyway, this is one of 4 of his book series so far. So, anyway, getting into it. Ads over. That is so D&D flavor. It really is. I love it. Anyway, so like I said, we're going to get into this now. Ad break is over. Get it out of here. Thank you, asshole. I saw what you did. How dare you? But anyway, this game, back on topic, is a brand new furry horror visual novel. This is Chapter 1, and Chapter 1 is the only release of this so far. It is called Aim to Capture. All my sound redeems are off because I want us all to enjoy this together. And I have no idea what's in store. There is nobody following it. There is no reviews for it. So let's be the first to get in there and support some work created by people, shall we? Warning. This game contains flashing and flickering visuals that may cause discomfort, horror, blood, and mentally disturbing content. Themes involving trauma, death, and mental health. If you're sensitive to any of these above, please consider carefully before playing. Do you still want to play? Nah. Now let's get in there. Really? Wait, maybe we didn't explain that quite right. Warning, this game contains furries. Oh, well, I see we're off to a great start. All right. Interesting. Oh, well, furries are a scary thing. Yeah, that's fun. Do you still want to play it? You know, I think I'm okay with furries. I mean, there's a furry on the screen right now playing it, which is unfortunate. Hopefully the volume's good. I still want to play. Well, we did warn you. Okay. Da 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 da. Okay. I have my shortcuts ready. This is the first episode of a 4-part game. You might run into some rough spots or bugs here and there. If you spot anything like that, da 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 da. This game is not suitable. Ooh, okay. Hey, where Asphalt, where are you? Look at this. Ooh, this music, actually. Okay, let's check the volume first before we get into it. Furries can be scary. I will say it is a carpet sample. I like this music already, actually. Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume up on the game a little bit. How is it right here? Let me know, let me know. I will give it a second before I continue. Oh, I'm liking this music. Holy shit, I'm getting chills. Woo! And I like hands. So everybody knows me as a extreme foot fetishist and vor person. I'm actually also really into hands. If you have nice hands, I will touch them and massage them. Anyway, more. You want it louder? Because I can turn it louder. Let me see. Okay. It's good? Perfect. My hands are ugly. Rai, you have worker's hands. Worker hands aren't ugly. They're calloused. And that's a story in itself. Wait, Kip, what? What? These hands good? I mean, they are, absolutely. So, we will ignore every other option on here, and we shall get into play. I love this visual. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ooh, I'm excited. Worker hands are sexy. Oh, if you can hit me like a cinder block, I will be happy as can be. So let's get right into it. Aim to capture. Support us on Patreon. Version 0.1.2.12. All right, let's get in. Oh, computer in a computer. That's me. Oh. Meiosis. Okay. Oh. Accessing virtual interface. This is me logging into VRChat every day. All right. Visual novels. This is my original into, like, everything. My head feels heavy, like all of my thoughts have fused into one sticky mess. All I can think about is my soft bed and pillow, the one I can bury my face in and shut my head off. And silence. God, I crave silence. I feel you. Meanwhile, the dispatcher keeps rambling into my ear, but my brain gave up trying to keep up a while ago. He's saying something about someone quitting again at the worst possible time. And, of course, fewer couriers means more deliveries for the rest of us. Business can't stop, even if you're barely staying on your feet. Hey, it's Rezzy. It's a furry. Real. I'll bring my mic just a smidge closer to myself here. Don't mind everything tapping as I move my microphone around. Pay no mind. So, can you take on a couple extra orders? Boss is gonna bite my head off if we get slammed with bad reviews again for missed deliveries. So, I gotta ask every courier to kindly take a couple more stops. Ooh, these are Bint's traits. You can use them to make choices. Later, you'll be able to create even more traits. Got it. How should I react to this? Oh, this is me every day when I'm reacting. Empathy. Apathy. Well, I would react. I'm going to play this how I would normally play my life. And that is I'm going to go through with empathy because I can understand. It sucks. And I could do my part. I could do a little extra work. Bint. What happened to that guy who quit? He just started, didn't he? Oh, nothing serious. Just a classic meltdown, yelled at the boss, tried to kill himself in the main office. Anyway, not our problem anymore. Well, schedules like these, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again real soon. Nah, this was an exceptional incident. None of our other couriers would ever do something like that. We'll see about that. Where exactly was that main office? Alright, enough chit-chat. You ready for work now? Yeah, I'm ready. Perfect! As the call ends with a beep, I let out a nervous little laugh and lower the phone. Perfect. I want to die. I've had maybe 8 hours of sleep over the past 3 days. I look at the screen, 4 new addresses. My shift officially ends in 5 minutes, but no one cares. Also, officially. Sure, all the addresses are at least in the neighborhood, but damn. Every one of these little favors for the company just reminds me I should probably quit before I work myself into an early grave. Maybe I should find something easier. Sign up for Superb Eats, work flexible hours, or whatever. But they won't have me a company scooter. And I surely can't afford my own ride right now. Plus, they even gave us seasonal uniforms here. Wait, was I just praising my own job? I let out a heavy sigh and rubbed my eyes. Time to get moving. 15 minutes later, I was standing by the store's loading area picking up a few packed up delivery bags. They weren't all that heavy, just more than you want to deal with at the end of a shift. I held them all in my hands and one on my tail, mentally checking if they fit in the scooter truck. Somehow, I managed to cram everything into the trunk. Tight fit, but the lid shut with a soft click. Just to be safe, I gave it an extra push. I wasn't fully convinced it would pop open from the first sharp turn. I grabbed my phone, checked the order list, and picked up the closest address, just 5 minutes away. Small mercies. Got on the scooter and started the engine, taking a deep breath, and went on my way. On the road, I noticed the air had gotten considerably colder, and the dampness crept under my clothes relentlessly. It wasn't exactly freezing, but I guess that long, warm autumn and forecast promise was a bust. Looks like I'll need my winter uniform sooner than I expected. I gripped the handlebars tighter, trying to stay focused on the road. Ooh, comic style is a great evolution of VN's. I really like the comic style. It is really nice. Soon enough, the first address came into view. A neat and quaint little house with a warm glow radiating from the windows. With a bit of effort, I finally fished the right bag out of the trunk. Had to dig around a little, pull one bag out, shift another around, but got it in the end. The rest stayed where they were. Hopefully. Let out a sharp breath as I got to the door, trying to pull myself together and managed to smile. Wasn't nervous, really. Just the kind of fatigue that sticks to your bones. Every move felt like it took more and more effort. I knocked on the door and braced myself for a wait. After a few seconds, footstep echoed behind the door, slow and steady, like the person wasn't in any sort of hurry. Muffled voices drifted through the walls. The first was a woman's, sharp and annoyed. Corey! Someone's banging on the door again. I heard, dear. I ain't deaf yet, no matter how hard you try. Well, go on then. Tell 'em it's rude waking folk up at an ungodly hour. Decent people are in bed. That's exactly what I thought, which is why I'm getting the door. The footsteps grew louder and more certain and stopped right behind the door. At last, the door creaked open and there stood an old man, messy fur, eyes a bit weary, but there was no anger in them. He squinted at me, giving a once-over from head to toe. For a moment, I thought I might have gotten the wrong house. Looked like no one here was expecting a delivery, but then the man glanced at the bag in my hand and lit up right away. Hey, you're here. If the missus found out I forgot to pick up the groceries again, I'd be having a hearty meal of complaints instead of dinner. How should I react to this? Apathy? Empathy? Ugh, I understand. I handed the bag and finally worked up the nerve to say something now that I wrapped my head around the whole situation. Good thing you went with delivery, otherwise that dinner would have given you heartburn. The man burst out laughing. Loud and genuine at first, but then suddenly caught himself, quickly glancing over his shoulder to check if his wife was heard. He cleared his throat. Right, so how much do I owe you? I froze for a moment. Actually, you already paid online. All that's left is to take your groceries and make sure everything's there. He frowned and went still, like he was working out some complex equation in his head. Right. But, hey, if you're in the mood to spend more money, your delivery guy does accept tips. He looked at me again, serious at first, and suddenly burst out laughing again. Nope. You're funny, though. He took the bag, giving a quick peek inside. Alright. Thanks. He smiled, shoved something into my hand, and shut the door right after, not giving me a chance to say anything back. Leo, thank you for the sub. Just a tip. Yeah, being friendly with customers often has advantages. This is a thought. Later on, you'll be able to use it to create other thoughts, and more importantly, traits. I'm liking this. This is really neat. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting excited here. I'm getting like the goosebumps right now, because it's a new experience, and this is exactly like my thought processes a lot. Yeah, being friendly with customers often has its advantages. Oh. Advantage. I opened my hand to see what he gave me. A mint. I sighed and slipped it into my pocket. Mints are my favorite candy, actually. I would be happy to get that. Felt the tension ease up a bit. The voices came from behind the door again. So, who was it? That's just our neighbor Donnie again. He stayed too long at the bar and got the wrong yard. Oh, Donnie. He really needs to quit. Tomorrow, I'm telling his wife. And his mother. Wow, trying to get him killed? Walking away from the yard, I checked my phone and marked the order as done. Just 3 left and I can head home. Alright, the next address isn't far. Maybe if everything goes smoothly, I'll finish up before I pull all my hair out. Who knows, maybe tonight I'll get more than 3 hours of sleep. A nervous chuckle escaped me. You always were a kidder, Bent. I sighed heavily, rubbed my eyes to shake off the fatigue, and climbed back on the scooter. Felt like it got even colder. The engine rumbled quietly. The scooter responded with a light vibration that ran through the handlebars straight to my tired hands. The air tonight smelled so nice, like something familiar. I suddenly wanted to close my eyes for a minute, or just for a second. Damn. A sharp burning pain suddenly flared deep inside my eyeballs, and for a split second something strange flashed before my eyes. Almost unreal. Like a fragment from one of my nightmares. Nightmare? That's me. Good thing I didn't hit the gas. Oh, okay. No big deal. It's all fine. Just need a moment to pull myself together. Oh, time to put your thoughts together. You're in Bent's reflection phase. Here you can create new traits by combining thoughts together. Just try clicking on one thought, then another. Some thoughts will be dead ends. You can't make anything with them, but you'll get to see how Bent reacts to them. They'll be sent off to the mind vault, and you can check them out anytime. Every thought you gain outside the reflection phase can be turned into a trait. If you feel like you discovered everything you could, just hit continue in the corner to exit the reflection phase. Good luck thinking. Alright. Advantage and connection. Influence. Fear. No. Dream. Advantage and nightmare. No matter how much I dream, it doesn't bring back my will to live. I wake up just as drained as when I passed out, and the emptiness never leaves. Sometimes I just dream of getting help. Detachment. Nothing. Sometimes nothing really works out, and that's okay. I guess. Bravery. Understanding. Can I combine these two? Okay. I think I've got everything. Strategy. I don't have a plan. I'm just waiting for something. Some outside force to change my life. Yeah, I know it's dumb. Okay. Escape, huh? Why do scary things always make your hands go cold? Yes, yes, the blood flows, sweat, all that. Must every answer sound like it's nicked from a wiki? Death. As a kid, you don't even think it's a thing. Then it becomes what you're most afraid of. Though, for me, it's not death itself. It's dying before I even get to start living. Regret. Regret's for people who actually get to choose something in life. For me, that's a luxury. Pain. Urgh. I'm not fond of pain. Hugely overrated. Why suffer when you could just not? Dependence. Haley and I, we depended on each other. Without her, I'd have lost all purpose a long time ago. Coney. Composure. Okay. Resilience. I could call myself resilient, but did I really make it through everything? Maybe I'm not tough, just broken for so long. Maybe I'm just running on momentum. Okay. Sickness. Paranoia. Okay. Morning, it's my birthday. It is. Happy official birthday. I don't know if you heard it yesterday. We wished you happy birthday right at the end of it. Right on the 12 a.m. Huh, interesting. You got different thoughts and didn't get advantage. I know, right? But happy birthday, Coney. Okay, let's see. Double check. Work. Money. I envy people who never have to worry about it. Isn't that basically freedom? Oh, can you also tap these together? Oh, I can actually shift them. Okay, wait. Okay. I can sort my thoughts, literally. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna focus how my mind will work. Let's see. Sickness, cold. Work, escape. Bravery, influence. Paranoia. Composure. Understanding. Pain. Okay. This is how the Kip brain works here. This is how things Ooh, you get to see my mental library, how I think of things. Okay. 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 I don't think we're gonna get anything for sickness. Okay. See, look at how do you want this game? It's free on Steam. Go ahead and pick it up. See, I could spend hours in here just reading through my own thoughts, essentially. Because I do. Burnout. There we go. I give anything to enjoy my work right now. I just want... I don't even know what I want. I just want... Nice. Same. Yeah, sometimes it is just like that. Okay, bravery. Okay, so I'm going to try the ones that are lit up first and see if they just... Understanding. Encouragement. Let her have whatever she wants. Okay. See, look at that. Okay, so it looks like sometimes someone will light up for you. I think cold is going to be empty. Okay, escape. I don't see anything lighting up to escape either. Influence. See, we're checking. We're getting some new cards. I love this kind of stuff. Oh, Ajax. This is absolutely right up my alley. Like, amazing. Oh, manipulation. Ooh, okay. We just got a new one. All right. See? See? Look at that. All right. Manipulation, huh? I saw a cold light up. Lycus. Thank you for the subby, Lycus. Tier 3. Oh. Eloquence. Be charming. Talk your way out of anything. Twist people's minds until they're on your side, all for your own good. Eloquence is the most useful trait. Everyone agrees on that. Even the other traits. Copyright. Eloquence. Ooh, okay, see? We're getting something. Okay. Alright. Influence. This is interesting. I like this. Okay. Understanding. Detachment. No. Reliability. I try to be reliable, but sometimes I wish I could take a risk. Some wild adventure that would turn everything upside down, but I can't. It's not just my life on the line. Composure. Safety. No one's ever really safe. I figured that out a long time ago. Fear. Anxiety. Anxiety is the most exhausting thing there is. It drains all your strength, makes your heart pound at a frantic pace, but sometimes it makes you think about the things you wouldn't even consider in a calm state. Or maybe you would have thought about it anyway. And maybe because of the anxiety, you'll miss something important. Oh, God. Right? Wow, there's nothing that ties to understanding. It's not about being more eloquent. It's about being eloquent with the right people. As my friends always say, hey, I do have friends. All my subordinates are my friends. Friends. See? Anxiety? My life. Real. I'm gonna have to resort this soon, based on context. Bravery. Friends. Understanding. Friends. Okay. Alright. Friends? What are these? Friends would be up at the front. Because they get you out of things. Friends will pull you out of anything or feed into anything. They are the difference between manipulation and inspiration, which there's very little of a difference of. Influence. See, we're getting something. See, this is what I'm just stuck playing with this for a while. So, sickness is going to be up front. Cold will be there. Fear just underneath. Pain. Work will be central. Escape. Composure. Understanding. Manipulation will be at the back. Bravery will sit right here under escape. Influence. Paranoia will sit with manipulation. Attachment will sit with that. Friends and influence. This is how I'm sorting. How much of this game is just going to be you trying to understand your own brain? That's exactly what I'm here for. I don't need friends. They disappoint me. Aloha Clip, what are you trying to do? I am trying to sort my thoughts. And develop new thoughts. So I'm basically building traits. Oh, paranoia. I saw it. I saw you light up. Sickness. It lit up. It lit up. I saw you light up. Paranoia's lit up again. I'm trying to figure out what they light up, what that means. Seems like a neat game. It definitely is. This is definitely where you can sit on things. Control, manipulation, and connection. I keep losing it, but luckily we're still staying afloat for now. Horrors. We watch horror movies sometimes, but I never thought real life could be much worse. What's the hamburger menu? Okay. Work. Nightmare. Responsibility. See? Look it. We're building. Okay. That's going to be at the front along with this. Attachment. Responsibility. Executive dysfunction? Where are you at? Responsibility with friends. Influence. Fear. What do you mean fail? Is this some sort of bug? System? Explain. Oh, is that... Okay, so that's my voice on the outside of the computer. Got it. Okay. Fail. Oh, okay. Well, didn't say anything at all. Alright. Bravery. Family. Okay. Escape. No. Responsibility and family. Responsibility and manipulation. I already do enough sorting in real life, Banana. Ah, this is my life right here. This is me in my own head, actually. You're gonna see me like start to link things up accordingly. This is the game. Responsibility. Numbness. Responsibility. I'm clearing everything. Sister. I have to look after her. She needs to forget the hell we've been through. That's the only way she'll ever have a real life. The one she actually deserves. Okay, so I've cleared out responsibility. Influence. What are you looking at me like that? I'm not alone. I've got you. And Miss T. Oh, loneliness. Ooh, loneliness sits. Okay, we're getting something, see? Family, friends, family. We'll go through family. Past. Sometimes I wonder what could have been, but thinking about it, it just hurts too much. Escape. Guilt. No matter how much I go over it, I can't really blame myself. I did everything I could. Loneliness. Nostalgia. It's such a weird feeling. Sweet and bitter at the same time. Just like orange juice. Okay. Okay. Alright. See, we're clearing it out. We're clearing it out. We're sorting every thought. There's no way I'm not going to sort every single thought. This is where we are. Fear. Gasp. Oh, 23%? I will take that. You can get in there and you can help me think, huh? Risk. Okay. Alright. Risk is an interesting one for me because I do believe in risk a lot, but risk is an external force to me. You're gonna start seeing how I think, and it's a very scary thing, but it is a risk. Alright, let's see. Connection. Detachment. Pain. Okay. Detachment. Risk. Attachment. Loneliness. Why does pain keep flashing? Okay. That's set. See, we're getting thoughts. We're thinking. So, what's this game about? Apparently I'm working to understand this person's mind in as an external person looking in, essentially. Yeah, cognitive understanding alongside awareness, but I don't really know yet. Yeah, exactly. I know nothing about it yet either, Tivy. But I know I'm thinking, and I like to be thinking, and I'm about to rearrange all my thoughts once I get them all cleaned up. Connection, risk. Connection, loneliness, nothing. Advantage, risk. See, if I clear everything out here, then I don't have to worry. Composure. Composure, loneliness. Okay. Work. Family. Risk. Loneliness. Nothing there. See, I want to clear out everything. This is what we do. This is what we do. We got to sort every single thought. This is actually really neat. I like this a lot. This got me thinking, and this has got me thinking how I think, essentially. Hi, Kip. Aloha. I already love this kind of thing. I struggle with this kind of stuff growing up, understanding emotions, especially those of others. Well, Ajax, as you see, I'm going to be very open about my thought process, and I'm going to be very, very open about how I think. So maybe you just might get a chance to study me through this, huh? And this might help you understand other people. Again, we are social creatures that fall under the thought that at the end of the day, everybody thinks about us. And the spotlight is a very real thing that shouldn't be as real as it is, because most of the time everybody's too busy worrying about themselves to worry about you. Let's see. Loneliness, family, responsibility, risk, influence, risk. Hello, Nemo, aloha. Hi there. Okay, I'm not getting anything else that's showing up on risk. Families, set, influence. Okay, we'll go down the list now. I think I've thought about everything, possibly. Okay, I think I've thought all the thoughts I can have. Always think, always think, always think, but never put your brain in the driver's seat, everyone. If you put your brain in the driver's seat, it will drive you to so much. Alright, so let's reassess. As I said, I have all these where they are, but we're going to throw them all externally. This is what I do very often. This is a practice I have where I take all of the factors that are around me, and to help, I put the things that I need to be doing up front. I put the things I want to be doing in the back. And I put the things that are out of my control in the back as well. Alright, so one more time. We'll check through the core traits here. Those are good. Alright. That'll never happen. Real. So, brain work. Brain work funny way. That said, what is the first thing you are focusing on? And I have been focusing these last 3 years with work. Why am I focusing on work? For escape. I don't want to think. I want to work. So that would bleed out into a new effect, and that's going to be detachment. If I could be detached from things, I don't have to worry about things. Why does that matter? Family. That's up front. Friends. Those are the 2 reasons that keep me thinking. Those are 2 reasons that keep me moving. It's out of responsibility. That loops back into my work escape routine. If I'm responsible for other people, I don't have to consider how much I'm working, which leads into sickness. That'll be the in-between. It feeds through fear. It creates pain. That pain leads to a lot of things, so this will be actually more about right here in my head. That pain will fan out because it helps me be composed. It helps me feel brave. It feeds into a paranoia effect. So I'm going to move this down a little bit lower. See, this is how I'm thinking. This is how I'm thinking. See, you can see, if only I had little ways to link them together, that'd be really cool. Pain will eventually bring understanding. That understanding will feed into manipulation, which also feeds into influence. And here we have 3 last ones left. We have the risk, we have the cold, and we have loneliness. Risk is always going to be an internal, external factor. That internal, external, does the risk happen because of what you're doing, or does the risk exist only within your mind? Always take risk into account, but always know that confidence does not come without momentum. Your brain will never reward confidence until you move. And anytime you see anybody who's confident, they're probably not confident. They're familiar. Familiarity with being in a high-octane workplace or environment is not to be confused with confidence. Confidence, again, is a reward that your brain only gives with momentum. Looks at Kip. Hi, Asfo. Why do I get the feeling you want to stream this game as a therapy session? I found this game by chance, and this is happening by chance. Honestly said, and I'm very here for it. So, risk, I believe, is an external factor to everything that I do. Risk is going to be there no matter what choice I make. A friend to everybody is a friend to no one. Don't worry about the spotlight effect. Don't worry about explaining how you can fly to a fish. Live your life. Nothing happens to you by chance, even when it seems like it. I believe in that wholeheartedly, Asfo. There's a reason I was drawn to this game when I don't see anybody else playing it. There's a reason I was drawn to this game, and there's a reason I'm streaming it. I believe in wholeheartedly in intuition, and I will go with it. Loneliness now. Loneliness is a major component. You would not believe it, but loneliness is probably something that sits at the top of my head all the time. I am a full believer that when you are in the middle of a crowd, you are the loneliest person in the room because you get only about 10 seconds to talk to people before you have to talk to somebody else and entertain and worry and host and whatever else. You are crowded out. You are surrounded by people, but you are amazingly lonely because you don't get to connect as much as you would like to. Also, let me check this real quick. Let me check my propertoires and capture cursor. Let's see. Does my cursor show up here? There we go. Was my cursor showing up before? I feel like it wasn't showing up before. Either way, I now have the cursor in case I didn't. Loneliness is always a forefront to reason. It is your logic. If you're lonely, why would you want to be lonely, right? Even if I'm a crowd, I'm always alone. Ernest Hemingway. Real. It's very true. You are always lonely. And you are always in your own head. And you are always by yourself. So, focus on that. Do not let your brain be the driver. Never let your brain be the driver, because it will focus on survivability. It will focus on what you need first and foremost. It will not focus on the good that is happening around you. Let your brain be a passenger. But let you, the manifestation of you, the whatever you think you are, let that be the driver. Work with intuition, work with focus, and work with what you want for yourself. Cold. So, risk is external. Cold means 2 things, of course. There's the physical cold, which is chilly, burr, but then there's the cold mindset of pulling away from people, retreating inwards, and giving away. If you ever want to talk about this stuff, I'll happily listen. We can snuggle and talk for as long as you want. No judgment. I'll gladly be a therapy dog. Oh, I could talk about this for hours. I actually studied in psychology, so that is my life. There's a reason for studying as much as I do, and again, loneliness is the forefront of that. I was a very lonely person growing up. I am the firstborn. I am first generation. There's a lot of leading factors, but again, that is all risk. Keep it external. So, cold. Are you going to be cold to yourself, or are you going to be cold to others? Family, friends, if you be cold to these traits right here, that is going to make you recede inwards. If you're cold to yourself, that's going to lead to the work, escape, detachment, burnout, repetition you have. Cold is a very interesting one because it can essentially move through you, and it can sever a lot of things, but the coldness can also lead you to making choices. Unfortunately, you cannot save everyone. You cannot be there for everyone, and you cannot always be there for yourself. That coldness is acceptance at the end of the day, and it is something you must consider how you want to utilize it, because you can be a victim of it, or it can be a tool for you. So I just did it for fun because I want to see how many people acted. Asamu, you are busy. Asamu is the person who takes this cold risk calculation, and he will push somebody as far as they can until their breaking point with him to see how much they care. And that's not a bad thing. And it's not a thing he does out of necessity to see how much people value him. It is not just strategy. It is trying to see humanity. So work with that. So cold is something that can exist at the forefront. It can exist behind. It can exist anywhere. I believe the cold is everything to your sense of self. How much can you take? How much will you take? Where is your boundary with people? And where is your boundary with self? Cold, I believe, can sit right with risk on the outside, but it does permeate to the entire body. So, that said, I think we are set. I think everything is good. I think that's where my brain sits. Here's my brain layout. So, to read it one more time, just in case, if it comes back to it, loneliness is the biggest function that I have. And it's a big function that a lot of us have, because we function through escapism, because we are social creatures, but we have not evolved to be as social as we are yet. Risk, the coldness of yourself, or of others, or anything like that, those two are external factors that can be considered, but they should not be weighed on you exclusively. Kip's Mind Trap. Real answer. Family, friends, responsibility. This is interchangeable for some people. Will value their friends, their found family, over their actual family. Some people have ties to their actual family that they cannot escape, and so it forces family above friends. Whichever that may be, as they are interchangeable, that is up to you. But you must know your responsibility for either and or both. Your responsibility with your friends and your family is to not serve, but it is to give. And you're giving either through truths, work, or anything else. That is what you do. I believe in that. Because of my autism, I had to learn and understand a lot of these things, and I'm still learning them manually. Each one took effort, and I'm pretty sure I still don't fully understand many aspects of them. But I am trying. This is something we face a lot of, is that most people won't give patience to each other. Because I think this way, why don't you think this way? That doesn't exist. We all think completely differently, and we all have different values and morals and goals. And again, it's all functioning through your sense of self. And I encourage you to play this game and take a screenshot for not just yourself, but to share with other people. I think this would be a great thing. It's a free game on Steam. Why not, right? So, my core works through work, escape, detachment. As many of you know, I am a very busy person. Almost all the time. Even right now, I'm working. Do you see what I'm doing here? This is not me playing for funsies. If I was playing for funsies, I would have been past this point already and gone and moved on. I believe in work because work is my escape. Work is my freedom from my own set of responsibilities. Work is something that I believe in because the more I can study something, the more I can do repetition, the more I can give. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. I was reading a book about mental toughness, actually, on my flight into MagFest, and one line in particular stuck out with me. And that one line was, "You do not need to go through a great trauma to practice." And I believe that's very true. You don't need to wait till something bad happens to you to practice something you want to do. So, work, escape, those are two things that are my very core. Detachment is something that I face a lot of because I don't get to have fun times. I don't get to have frivolous activities. I don't get to go out and experience a lot of this world we currently live in. You may see me on VR chat a lot, but when do you see me in VR chat when I'm not working? Not a lot. Ah yes, mental toughness. Fighting games have taught me that very well. Real answer. Well, fighting games are just profiling somebody and learning patterns. It's pattern recognition. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, work escape leads to my detachment. I'm very detached from the people I work with. I am very detached from the people I am around. And I believe in that, and I know that. And it leaves a sense of people to assume what I am, who I am, and how I am. But again, I need not explain how I fly to a fish. In the same way, I don't expect the sun to explain to me why it shines. It is wasted breath. It is wasted effort. Just live your life. And everybody else can live their life too. We are not on the same level, and that is not to mean we're above each other, but we're not in the same life. We're not in the same mindset. So live your own life, and why need to justify anything that you do? Why should you justify? Anyway, but that leads to sickness and fear. Burnout. It's a major thing. You don't see me facing a lot of burnout, and you don't even think about me facing a lot of burnout. I came back from MagFest, right? And MagFest was busy. It was great. It was great fun, of course. But I was doing a lot. And my plane got delayed. And fun fact, before I got back on in VR with you guys yesterday, in front of me at the airport, a gentleman, somebody's grandfather, stumbled over his luggage and he fell nearly all the way down the escalator heading down. I hit the emergency stop button and paramedics arrived on the scene and promptly took care of him. It was very disturbing. It was he was very, very badly hurt. But is it my job to bring that negativity aspect of what I just witnessed into your lives? No. Is it my responsibility to be on top of it? Yes. Again, responsibility. Function. We all witness horrible, traumatic, and awful events day to day. We should take time to focus on them. But what's your responsibility? Is your responsibility to tell everybody what you went through and try to empathize with them or sympathize with them? Or is your responsibility to keep quiet and continue on? Think about yourself. Think about others. What do you need? What do they want? Sickness, fear, burnout. Sickness, fear will always be a part of this. You will always feel you made the wrong choice, and you will always feel you made the hardest choice. That's okay. We are amazingly empathetic creatures. I'm back. Now with hot chocolate I made from scratch. That sounds really good, actually. Too much therapy. Exactly. Welcome to a game I found by chance that is allowing me to talk to you guys. It's kind of cute. Anyway, sickness and fear. Please consider that, because burnout is always just around the corner, but it is up to you and solely you how you will deal with that. All of this leads into pain. You are living through pain on a constant. Pain is the forefront of everything that you are. Loneliness is pain. But pain is a more centralized aspect of yourself. Pain is not the outside force. Pain is the most internal force you have, because pain is every lesson that you will ever go through. Your brain functions only through pain and suffrage, because that is how it is wired to be. You are constantly going through that with your brain because it is focusing on survival and nothing more. It is not focusing on all the happiness and joy you're experiencing and the euphoria that you get with people. It is focused on how do we survive and how do we navigate. You sitting in the middle of a social situation feeling awkward and feeling bad about it is hard-coded in your brain because of pain. Because if you don't fit into other cavemen, then other cavemen kick you out and you die. That is what your brain does. It is hardwired to be as it was years eons ago. But we are not evolved enough to understand more than what we did before. There's a certain level of stress that's good for the brain. Still, water stagnates after all. Stress is the most important factor to you. I believe in stress and I believe in pain. More than just in a masochistic sort of way. Stress and pain are your building blocks to your sense of self. Stress and pain are the biggest part of your personality. How do you deal with that? Do you deal with it through responsibility? Do you deal with it through escape of any sort? What do you do with your pain? Do you sit on it? Do you mull it over? Do you actually take it and utilize it into something that is manipulation? Do you move it into influence? That pain, I believe, is the most raw part of any person. So how much are you charging for this appointment? Joke. I'm charging amazingly nothing. If anything, I'm charging you, go download this game and play it for yourself. Play it in your own quiet. Okay? Because here I am. I'm right here talking. And is everybody thinking I'm amazingly confident because I'm talking right now? That's not true. I'm worried. I'm taking the risk to play this game and explain everything that I think and feel. And why am I doing that? Because it's my responsibility. And why is it my responsibility? Because work is my escape. So, pain. I'm going to highlight it. Take that pain. Take the social pressure. Take whatever you're feeling and utilize it. Consider it. Because that pain is going to be your biggest stress point to your own growth. Do not ignore your pain because you'll be stuck in the same repetition and same loop that you lived forever. If you want change, facilitate it through your pain. Understand it. So, I encourage you, if you want to pay for this, then pay for it by downloading the game and playing it by yourself in the quiet of your own room. Sit with yourself. You don't need to play it aloud like I am. That's my risk. That's my responsibility. That's my loneliness speaking, because I too want to be heard. I too want to be felt. Focus yourself. Play the game yourself. Think about it yourself. Do the choices that I haven't done as you feel you need to. If you want to be apathetic towards other people, experience this game and enjoy that. You can be manipulative. That's okay. You can be influential and inspirational. That's also okay. What right do any of us have to say that you are narcissistic or anything like that when our perspective is from a completely different island than you live on? So, anyway, that said, pain leads into paranoia, pain leads into bravery, pain leads into composure, and pain leads into understanding. Function, if nothing else, through that pain. And I'm going to repeat that. Function through your pain. Don't succumb to it. Don't give in to it. Depression, anxiety, anger, anything. It's there for a reason in your head. And it's there in you for a reason. More than just for you to suffer with. It's there for you to grow with. Utilize it. Anyway, now, as we are, I think we're set. Manipulation, influence, these are two big parts. These come from the mouth. These come from the mouth and your heart. You give both of these on a constant. Is it bad to be manipulative? Is it bad to be influential? What's the difference? Besides the word. Besides the placement. I don't believe there's a difference. Because inspiration is the same thing as manipulation. It's just how you frame it. You can give all the lip service you want in the world. Are you taking money? You can be the meanest person ever and tell people off, I think what you're doing is really awful, and if only you did this instead. And I encourage you to do this instead, because I think that would be much better for you. And that person gives up what they're doing, their pipe dream, and works and 5 years from that point in time lives a better life than they have ever lived before. Is that manipulation bad? Focus. Work yourself. Anyway, manipulation, influence, same thing. Work together. It's all about the framing you have on somebody. Consider what people's words are. Consider what you need. Ad break starts in 20 seconds. I guess I'll yap here for that ad break for those of you who are here. Well, when you put it that way, real. I believe in the mind and I believe in our connections. We are social creatures at heart. We want to be social creatures. Even if we're introverts. Hi, I'm an extreme introvert. Guess what I am? I'm an INTJ-A. I am a very homebodied person who likes to stay indoors. And you know what I did? I went out to MagFest. Anxieties aside. I went outside to a convention with, 24,000 people. And I walked through people. And I took time in the room sometimes to, recover myself. I get anxious. I'm not free from that either. So, what makes you special? What makes you so special that you can take the time to just forget the sense of duty to yourself over your anxieties? Anxieties are part of us. Anxieties are more prevalent nowadays than they've ever been before because, unlike before, drugs aren't a crazy raging thing like they used to be. Everybody was sedated in the earlier years because everybody thought certain drugs were better than they are. But work with it. Work with you. Anxieties, pain, everything. Take risk. Are the ads meant to start? They are, apparently. But they'll start as they start. And I see the little countdown. It's got 1:13. So, take the risk. But be cold about the risk. Don't let the risk overtake everything that you're doing. Boundaries. Build your boundaries. How much is too much? Be cold. If you're giving affection and attention to somebody else, take a second to step back. How much do they want that attention? How much are you forcing that attention? How much are you smothering? What do you want to give? What's your responsibility? Is your responsibility to force somebody else to feel affection? Is your responsibility to give that affection and give the open arms for them to either accept or deny? We all function differently through that. And affections are an unfortunate, interesting thing because we can mix them up very easily with obsession, with over-responsibility, even with just manipulation. Affection is something that you really need to consider what you are doing when you're doing it. Moving past anxiety has been hard as fuck sometimes, though. It's always going to be hard as fuck. It sucks for me, too. I carry salt in my pocket for... I don't think I've told any of you that. I have salt crystals usually in my pocket because salt is an instant way to cut down anxiety. It is an instant way to reset your brain so you don't get anxiety attacks. I carry salt in my pocket wherever I go, whenever I'm out in public, because sometimes I will get a really bad spike of anxiety. Oh yeah, thanks for that salt, by the way. Yeah, Butter Mage, you know. So, I too go through anxious attacks. I too go through panic attacks and overthoughts. In the middle of MagFest, I started overthinking and I realized I was thinking and I felt bad for overthinking and I got into a loop spiral of I don't have anything to... I can't just go work and forgive myself for thinking. I can't just work to not even think in the first place. I didn't have anywhere to escape to, but my detachment was still there. Anxiety is always going to be there. Pain is always going to be there. Anyway, focus on you. Focus on your pain. Think about your pain. Think about your responsibilities. To do it one more time before we move on, loneliness is the biggest part of me, and it is a big part of our community. But let that loneliness drive movement. Don't let that loneliness only sit there and do nothing else but stagnate you. Don't become complacent. Never become complacent. There is always something better you can do for yourself and for others, whether you live through servitude for the people or you live through servitude for yourself. Manipulation, influence. If you do a good thing, that's all that needs to be done. Don't focus on telling people or road mapping for people, or even more trying to explain your life to anybody else, because they do not live your life, only you do. Live your life. So, let's continue. Are you sure you want to continue? I am. Very sure. I escaped into my work? Alright. Thinking about the profits I missed out on kind of stings, because I know I could have done something. I'm good at talking people up. Feeling a bit better now. Just gotta keep moving. Mike, I escaped into my work, as it were, into my photography. That's a huge thing. Please share your photography with people. It is meaningful. Rolling up to the next delivery, I slowed down and stopped right outside an old house with a long crack running across the facade. Almost every house around had neat flower beds, or at least a couple of pots by the door, but here, there's nothing. Just faded walls, peeling paint on the door frame, an empty yard that looked like no one set foot there in ages. I killed the engine, slowly got off the scooter, and opened the trunk to grab the biggest bag of groceries. I rang the doorbell and waited a few seconds, but nothing happened. No footsteps, no movement behind the door. Patiently, I rang again. Only then did I catch a faint sound. Someone was slowly approaching the door, but even then it stayed shut. I sighed heavily, gripped the bag a little tighter, and knocked on the door with my hand. A strange noise came from inside. Something between a scared squeak and a soft sigh. Hello? This is your grocery delivery. After a short pause, I heard the sound of a lock. Quiet click. Then another one. And a third. Followed by the clink of a chain. The door slowly, almost reluctantly opened, just a crack. Eyes peeked out from the gap. Speaking of anxieties and being internal and shut-ins. Hello, hi loneliness. Look at it. Shady. You scared me. How? Could have been anyone. You kept ringing the bell so insistently, I thought maybe you're some kind of villain or maniac. But didn't you order a delivery for this time? I did, but what's that got to do with anything? I had nothing to say to that. I squeezed the grocery bag a little tighter and carefully held it out. The shadow on the door twitched and quickly stepped back, wary of my movements. Here's your order. Thanks for choosing Fast Delicious. From the darkness, a pair of slender hands slowly reached out. The fingers trembled slightly, but they took the order anyways. Thanks. By the way, are there still a lot of people out there? Right now? This late? No. In general, there are way too many people on the streets. Just wandering back and forth, wearing fake faces. So annoying. See? Here's your choices. So we can react empathetically. Where in my head, empathetically, oh, I like to be shut in. I like indoors, and yes, the outside world is bustling and noisy. Apathy, I would react saying, yeah, that's nice. I mean, I'm not going to make any change in this situation whatsoever. Why would I bother, right? Why am I wasting my breath? Anxiety. Well, I'm worried about the fact that, look at this. They were having an interaction right now, and I'm in the same way. I think about this stuff all the time, and like, am I overthinking right now? Because I'm outside. I'm doing my work. I'm doing my deliveries, but it's okay. I'm working right now, right? It's fine. It's fine. Or eloquence. Will I talk to him on a deeper level? Will I talk to him on a more, in some people's heads, sadistic level when it comes down to it? Yes, the outside world sucks, and people are all around you, hustling and bustling, but you have every choice to get out there as you wish to, because if you don't get out there, will you die alone in your room? Think about it. There's a lot. So, empathy, while a majority of people like to be empathetic towards it, will you be empathetic without the thought that if I'm going to be empathetic to him and be like, hey, it feels, or they, does this feel really bad to you? Am I going to ruin their life 5 years down the line because I told them to stay indoors and they never came outside again? Do you think about that? If I react apathetically, then I'm free of responsibility in the shackles of my own being. I don't need to worry about a single thing at all. Because I've done my part, what more do I need to do? I don't ruin their life. I don't make their life better. Yeah, middle ground, right? I've been... It isn't so much that I'm apathetic, it's just that I have an empathetic burnout. Real. There's a quote about depression being stuck in the past and anxiety is worrying about the future. Real. Anxiety. I'm freaking out right now because I'm also outside too, and this sucks so much. Eloquence. I would talk through eloquence because of where I am, because of what I'm doing, and because of all the 3 of these play into this for me. People really can be exhausting sometimes. You gotta find the right approach for each one, and it just drains you dry. The dark silhouette and door leaned forward a bit, like they were sizing me up through the dim light. I could feel their eyes on me. Huh. Never thought someone like you could get me. I sighed hard, frowning a bit. What the hell did I mean by that? Someone like me? What's that supposed to mean? They shrugged, tilting their heads sideways, like they were checking me out from a different angle. Well, you're kinda handsome, but everyone's always clinging to you, smiling, looking for a reason to talk. But you still don't like the attention. That's weird. Hi, that's exactly me. Hello, everyone. Anyway, his words threw me off a bit. Is this some kind of weird joke? Feels like I'm more of a walking corpse than handsome. And I haven't been to the gym in ages. No time, no energy, just trying to survive. And the only ones trying to talk to me are annoying clients. Sorry, I gotta go. Got a couple more deliveries. Just as I was about to turn and leave, they suddenly twitched forward, lightly touched my shoulder, then quickly stepped back. Wait! I stopped and turned around. They looked kind of nervous. I gotta check something. Something important. They looked down. So, how can I help? Actually, I'm afraid. They trailed off, not finishing the sentence like they were thinking it over. I'm no shrink, but hey, gotta keep the app rating up. Are you scared of something again? No, I'm afraid. You forgot to put my barbecue sauce in. Pretty sure I ordered it. Seriously? Sauce? I glanced down at the bag they were holding. I'm sure I put it in there. Ah, there it is. Buried in the deep at the bottom of the bag. Though, the pack feels kind of light. You didn't take a sip before handing it over, right? What? Of course not. And who even drinks barbecue sauce anyways? Or any other sauce for that matter? He stared at me like I just said something completely insane. Huh, weird question. Who doesn't drink it? What else are you supposed to do with it? I'm a sauce drinker. Unfortunately, if you know me in real life, I sip my salsa and everything like that. I'm shady. I feel you. I drink my sauces. I am fucking weird. And you know what? I'm not confident to say it. I'm just familiar with being fucking weird. Anyway, I barely held back a loud sigh. I seriously need a day off. First time I met someone who doesn't like barbecue sauce. No, I do like it. It's just... anyway, it doesn't matter. I have to go. Please order from Fast Delicious again. But better not. You're weird as hell. Nobody told you that? Alright, good luck. You need it, weirdo. Before I could say anything, the door slammed shut. Yikes. I feel this. Turning back to my scooter, I suddenly noticed the fog rolling in. Pretty thick fog. I'm sure it wasn't there just a moment ago. Weird. I checked all the forecasts this morning and the app said it'd be sunny all week. So, after watching some online casino ad with a bunch of hot girls promising easy money, all I got was a lie. Would really suck to get caught in a surprise rain and catch a cold now. Shady's in mood, real. I pulled out my phone and marked the order as done. Figured I'd check the weather again too. After 30 seconds of waiting, the same message popped up about perfect fall weather. Clear 68 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's way colder than 68 degrees right now. I yawned deeply, feeling the exhaustion hit hard, then got back on my scooter and checked the next delivery address. The next order is headed to the main residential area. Same place I live. And the very last address seems to be nearby too. That cheered me up a bit. At least I won't have to haul across the whole city after my shift. I took a deeper breath of the cool air, checked the bags, were still packed tight in the trunk, and hit the gas. When I reached the second to last address, I realized the road ahead had lost all definition. The fog got so thick the visibility went to hell. The streetlights barely cut through the haze, turning their glow into blurry blobs. I frowned, breathing in the damp air, when suddenly I caught a faint but clear scent of oranges? Maybe one of the bags has a fruit packed in it? I glanced down at the order compartment, but froze immediately. It felt like the citrus smell was coming from me? Weird. That's a new one from overwork symptoms. I took a deep breath and pulled out the right bag. Stepped up to the door and raised my hand to knock, but before I knew it, the door suddenly opened on its own. A sweet-looking young woman stepped to the doorway, smiling kindly. A small child peeked out from just behind her robe. "Oh, you're already here. I just saw you through the window." Wow, I'm reacting empathetically, apparently. I'll choose the middle first. Here you go. Thanks for choosing Fast Delicious. I handed her the bag and she took it carefully. One glance aside and she turned right to the kid. "Look, Mickey, the flour and milk are here. Now we can make pancakes just like you wanted. I think we still have some chocolate syrup somewhere." Yay! Pancakes! Well, not quite pancakes yet. The woman laughed and leaned gently towards the child. "Now then, Mickey, what do we say to this nice young man who brought us our groceries so late at night?" The boy looked at me with wide eyes and took a deep, serious breath. "Thank you so much for bringing the ingredients." For the first time all day, a strange but warm feeling spread through me. Was this that work satisfaction thing people always talk about? Anytime. Suddenly the woman reached forward and slipped something into my hand. "Here, this is for you. Thanks again." She gave a small nod and gently closed the door. I looked down. There was a bill in my hand. Whoa, a tip? This was the best moment I had all shift, but deep down all I could feel was bitterness. I walked back to my scooter and shoved the bill into my pocket. I haven't thought about them in so long. I'm not sure why. Maybe work just drains me too much to think about it, that kind of stuff. Samu, real. Tungsten, aloha. Doing really good. Randy, aloha. I sat down on the scooter and started the engine. One last stop. Just a little more and this day's finally over. I miss them. On the way to my next delivery, I spotted a 24-hour supermarket. It reminded me I needed to buy that chocolate milk with the kitty on the label. Since it was conveniently on the way, I figured, why not stop by? I got off the scooter, stretched to loosen up my stiff shoulder, and stepped inside. A quiet, slightly sugary tune was playing there. It felt like it was made to keep people aimlessly wandering through the aisles, lost in their thoughts. The cashier was slouched behind the counter, staring at the monitor like someone already asleep in their mind. Honestly, I had no idea how he hasn't dozed off to that music. Found the right section, grabbed the milk, and pulled the bill from my pocket, eyeing it under the soft store light. My mom used to give me the exact same amount for pocket money. Back then it felt like a lot. I could buy almost anything in that tiny shop across the street. I even had a little ritual. First, I'd take forever deciding which candy was absolutely essential to try, and then almost every time I'd spend all of it on watermelon gum. Funny how my priorities have changed. Coming to the counter, I instinctively waved off the usual bag question and placed the milk in front of the cashier. Next to him on the shelf, I spotted some discounted nut bars and, without much thought, grabbed a couple. Good luck out there, brother. I didn't get why he said that at first, but I followed his gaze. He noticed my delivery uniform. Oh, right, thanks. Good luck not falling asleep to that music. Actually, when there are no customers, I switch the music so I don't die of boredom, but I have to change it back when people show up or my boss gets mad. Maybe headphones would help? Nah, no way. There are cameras in the corners. If they catch me wearing headphones, I get fired immediately. But they don't record audio, so we could be talking about robbing the store right now and no one would care. He quickly scanned all my stuff. Gotcha. Well, good luck to you too. I quickly packed everything up into my backpack and headed for the exit. As I closed the door behind me, I wonder if I should have picked up anything else. But the moment I stepped outside, the atmosphere of the store changed completely. Yeah, he clearly wasn't joking. Just as I was nearing my scooter, my phone buzzed in my pocket. A sharp ringtone sliced through the silence of the empty street. Haley. I picked up right away. Hey, big bro! What's taking you so long? You're at a concert or something? No, as a big brother and having a little sister, that's an immediate feel. No idea how I even started explaining this to her. Sorry, I had to work longer than I planned. Hurry up, please! I found this awesome movie and I've been wanting to watch it with you. I've held up for like 2 whole hours. Again, I feel this. Wow, 2 whole hours. Yeah, no wonder she's so worked up. How should I react to this? Alright, you see? Big brother moment, right here. Okay. Empathy. I know you've been waiting. And I've waited for people too. And it sucks a lot. And I know you're scared. But don't worry, I'll be there soon. And I know you've waited a long time to watch this movie with me. I know you waited a long time to watch anything with me. I'm feeling really sad right now, actually thinking about it, because I missed a lot of my sister growing up due to work. Apathy. It doesn't make a change. If I console her or not, I will be home soon. What's the point of wasting my breath now? Me sitting here thinking of this decision is wasting time. I could be finishing my delivery and talking with her and watching this with her. Anxiety. Fuck. I know she's been waiting for this, and I know I'm letting her down by not being there right now. And what if she's tired by the time we get back? Or what if she falls asleep? If she falls asleep, I'm going to feel really bad because, like, you know, 2 extra hours I made her wait this long. Eloquence. Just give me a little bit longer. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I don't need any more time than that. Go ahead and make some popcorn. I'll be home soon. Do you see? Do you see? This is how your brain should work. Take an additional second before you decide anything, and it will save your life and somebody else's. If I react with empathy, yes, of course. I get it. I feel it. But will I improve her situation? No. If I react apathetically, will I improve the situation? No. Will I make the situation worse? Possibly. If I react with anxiety, is it really all about me? Is it really all about my problems? Eloquence. I will be back shortly. Do not worry. Do something else with your time. 4 for me as well. Actually, it was my turn to pick the movie today. But, you know, I might forgive you if most of the popcorn ends up with me this time. Only if you eat it faster than me. See? We've belittled the problem by poking fun at it. And somebody else will read that and think, wow, you're kind of an asshole for saying that. No, we're jabbing. We're poking fun at it. It's my turn to pick the movie. What are you so excited about? Have fun. B. Well, with your two-handed popcorn grabbing skills, I don't stand a chance. Oh, by the way, did you get your favorite chocolate milk? I already set out the cups with straws for us. And I made popcorn in the microwave. It's a bit burnt, but it's still tasty. I already ate a third. Yeah, I already got the milk. Just stepped out from the store. I turned my phone screen towards a supermarket to back up my words. Oh, I was at a similar store recently with my friend after school. But there was a rave party there. Not heavy metal. Alright, hurry home. I can't wait anymore. I will. Give me 20 minutes. Ah, there it is. See? Framing. Told you that would happen. See it? Framing. Give me 20 minutes. I'll try to be as fast as I can. But if you don't make it, I'll start without you. And without the chocolate milk? Her face was priceless. Alright, then I'm definitely waiting. Bye. I shook my head, anyway, I'll hold back a smile. Finishing the call, I put my phone in my pocket, got to the scooter, and fired up the engine. Red. Rolling up to the last drop-off, I barely noticed the world around me. My head was buzzing from exhaustion, eyelids sticking shut, legs feeling like lead. I checked the address on my phone, looked up, and headed for the door, but suddenly, I bumped into something. Got pulled back a bit, and there was a passerby right in front of me. A white rabbit with messy fur and a scared look. He seemed tense. We just stood there, silently staring at each other. Probably should apologize. Sorry. Didn't see you there. I was in a rush. Yeah, no worries. I smiled to ease the awkwardness, but the guy didn't relax. He's way smaller than me. Maybe he got scared? His gaze suddenly flicked away, ears twitching. Something wrong? He slowly looked me over, sizing me up. You're going to... Suddenly he snapped his head towards the house where I was about to drop off the last package. Hey, have you ever thought about quitting this job? I blinked. Huh? That blunt question caught me off guard. I wasn't even sure how to respond. Was he messing with me? How should I react to this? Alright. Empathy. I bumped into him. Maybe he was working up the courage to go into that house in the first place. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm sure he's trying to deflect off of this right now by, poking fun or whatever, or, worrying about me. It's fine. It's fine. Apathy. Yeah, I'm going to the house. Nothing more to it. That's it. Why do I need to talk to you any more than this? I don't need to pry. I don't need to know what you're doing. Anxiety. Is he about to rob this house right now? Is he plotting something around this house? Did I bump into him right now? And if I don't react nicely and quit my job immediately, is he going to take me down with whatever he's planning to do here? Maybe he's plotting something. Maybe he's plotting something. Maybe he's not plotting something, and I'm just overthinking it. And maybe I'm making a problem for him right now. I'm sitting here really awkwardly. I'm looking at my hands. I'm fidgeting. This is really bad. This is really bad. Yeah, that's right. I function through anxiety. I live through it. Eloquence. I'm going to drop off the delivery bag. I'm going to move on from there. That's it. That's it. I'm not dismissing it, but I am telling him my plots and plans so that way he does not try anything funny. That's right. I have pick 4. I always pick 4. Got a different job in mind for me? Maybe I take it. No, I don't even have a job myself. Then what's the point of asking? Trying to be funny? Rabbit clearly realized he said something wrong. He shrugged awkwardly and looked away. No, sorry, it's just... He looked towards the house again. You look really tired. Alright, sorry, it's none of my business, I get it. I gotta go. Before I could say anything, he turned around and quickly walked away. I stood there watching him go. What's that even about? Then again, should I be surprised? I meet so many weirdos a day that I barely notice people's quirks anymore. Took a deep breath, trying to shake off the weird feeling, and knocked as I stepped up to the door. My head was buzzing, and my body was running on autopilot. Maybe I should take a day off. Fake being sick and call in. This job and the constant lack of sleep were driving me insane. I knocked again. Still no one coming to the door? Maybe this customer is just shy or forgot they even ordered something. That happened early today, actually. I was about to knock again when I spotted the doorbell and gave it a press. Nothing. But the lights are on. Someone's got to be home, right? Maybe that weird bunny was the customer? I pulled out my phone and dialed the client's number. The ringtone echoed from inside the house, ringing out in the quiet evening. And then somewhere deep inside, I heard a completely different noise. So, someone's definitely home. I frowned. Maybe they fell asleep and I didn't hear it, or don't want to answer for whatever reason. I raised my hand to knock louder, but another idea hit me. I could just do what folks in small towns do. Shamelessly peek through the windows. Took a step to the side. What? I felt my foot step onto something damp, and a chill ran down my spine. I slowly looked down. Blood. A dark, thick puddle spread out on the porch. I froze, unable to move. Blood. Under my soles. It looked real. I swallowed, trying to catch my breath, but the lump in my throat wouldn't go away. What happened here? I crouched down slowly, but I didn't touch the liquid. The smell was unmistakable. Metallic. Heavy. Sticky. And the worst part, it smelled fresh. Very fresh. A smeared trail stretched out from the puddle, blotching the ground with dark spots and disappearing around the corner of the house. It was uneven, like someone had dragged something heavy, leaving messy streaks in the grass. A shiver ran through me. I should have turned around and left, called the police, done something, but instead, as if hypnotized, I quietly followed the trail of blood, disappearing into the tall grass of the backyard. My heart was pounding hard in my chest. I could Though something terrible had happened. I walked carefully, barely breathing, afraid to disturb the silence that now hung around me. But as soon as I went a little further, I realized silence is an illusion. A dull, squelching sound was coming from somewhere ahead. The further I moved, the clearer it became. Crunch, squelch, some wet, sticky sound that made my insides turn cold. The wall of the house ended just a few steps ahead. Beyond it, the backyard. I slowly moved forward. Just before the edge, I carefully peeked around the corner. Oh God, someone's lying there. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. Hard to make out the details, but I'm sure I see on the tile the owner of all that blood. Blood soaked everything around in dark patches, and his body laying sprawled in a painful position. Looks like he's still breathing. And a monster hunched over his body. It was motionless, like it was studying its victim. Smooth, dark, with ragged outlines. Its silhouette looked like a piece of pure darkness. The edges of its forms flickered like smoke, but when I looked closer, I could make out long limbs pinning the poor guy. A squelching sound came again from the victim. This wounded guy was still alive. He wheezed as he drew air into his lungs, making a wet, guttural sound. This is my chance. What should I do? Empathy. Am I going to save him? Will I save him? I should save him. He would do it for me. Anybody would do it for me. Apathy. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Somebody else can take care of this and it shouldn't be me. Anxiety. This is exactly what I thought earlier. This is exactly what I thought going in. There was something bad that happened here and I didn't react to it. So now I should double down on this anxious feeling, and now I should actually back off. Eloquence. I take this one step at a time. I think. I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to yell. But I am going to slowly take the time to do the right thing, which is, I hope, have a phone. But probably not in this case. We're going number 4. Maybe. It's unlikely, but maybe I can somehow negotiate with this monster. Maybe it's something intelligent. Just very cruel and deadly, but intelligent. No, why do I even think of such stupid options? Negotiate with a monster. But maybe I can distract it somehow. I have some nut bars. Maybe I can toss them over the fence and the monster will go check it out, eat the bar, and die from an allergy? What should I do? I have to do something. The monster's gone and that guy is laying there. I have to do something, right? I don't understand. My body is shaking. My fingers are cramping. It's hard to breathe. Too hard. Maybe it's stupid. But I couldn't just stand there and watch. I slowly stepped out from behind the corner, trying to not make a sound. I took a step forward, feeling a chill run down my spine with every move. My heart was pounding in my chest. My thoughts tangled. What the hell am I supposed to do? I held my breath and forced myself to move faster. Hey, you. Can you hear me? The guy groaned and tried to get up. Closer, I saw his face, terrified, sweating. A thin stream of blood trickling from his lips. Help. We'll try, but you have to hang on. I quickly examined him. Deep wounds on his side, torn clothes, a pool of blood around him. Without medical help, he's not going to make it. His hand weakly reached out to me. We need to get out of here quickly. I was about to lift him, but suddenly his eyes widened with terror. I turned instinctively and Rational ending. Lethally stupid. Maybe now you start thinking about your own hide first, Bent. Analysis session ID VCM 789 2025 116 Patient code BM 416 251020. Completion date and time. Predicted scenario SC078D. Forecast actuary estimate 31.84%. 31%? That makes no sense. He never do that. We clearly need to run this again. We're back. Terrifying, but also incredibly cool. Oh, so this game has endings. It does. It does. All right, let's see. Roxy, hi. Roxy, this game is about profiling, and I love it already. I found this on a chance, on a whim, and I recommend it. So, let's see. What happens if we press play again? It is interesting to also see what happens when you leave a particular style throughout life. Exactly. And you know what's great? Is that it's true. You are living your life, and if you choose to be as you are, well, repercussions happen, right? From the top. Yep. Head feels heavy, like all of my thoughts have fused into one sticky mess. All I can think about is my soft bed and my pillow, one I can bury my face in and shut my head off. And silence. God, I crave silence. Meanwhile, the dispatcher keeps rambling into my ear, but my brain gave up trying to keep up a while ago. He's saying something about someone quitting again the worst possible time, and, of course, fewer couriers means more deliveries for the rest of us. Business can't stop, even if you're barely staying on your feet. So, can you take on a couple extra orders? Boss gonna bite my head off if we get slammed with bad reviews again for missed deliveries. So, I gotta ask every courier to kindly take a couple more stops. How should I react to this? Here we are again. So, we reacted empathetically last time. I get it. I know. But we have a little bit more context. And maybe if we attribute this to a real-life situation, maybe we didn't die in the end by a monster, but maybe something burned us last time at the end of our delivery route. Do we have to do this again? I don't think so. Well, yeah, sure, as long as I'm getting paid overtime for it. Yeah, about that, we'll talk later, alright? What matters now is making sure no one's missing their dinner, so you got everything? Yeah, I'm ready. Perfect. As the call ends with a beep, I let out a nervous little laugh and lower the phone. Perfect. Ha, real Leo. I want to die. I've had maybe 8 hours of sleep over the past 3 days. I look at the screen for new addresses. My shift officially ends in 5 minutes, but no one cares. Also officially. Sure, all the addresses are released in the neighborhood, but damn. Every one of these little favors for the company just reminds me I should probably quit before I work myself into an early grave. Maybe I should find something easier. Sign up for Superb Eats. Work flexible hours or whatever. But they won't hand me a company scooter, and I surely can't afford my own ride right now. Plus, they even gave us seasonal uniforms here. Wait, was I just praising my own job? I let a heavy sigh rub my eyes. Time to get moving. 15 minutes later, I was standing by the store's loading area, picking up a few packed up delivery bags. They weren't all that heavy, just more than you want to deal with at the end of a shift. I held them all in my hands and one on my tail, mentally checking if they fit in the scooter trunk. Somehow, I managed to cram everything into the trunk. Tight fit, but the lid shut with a soft click. Just to be safe, I gave it an extra push. Wasn't fully convinced it would pop open in the first sharp turn. I grabbed my phone, checked the order list, and picked the closest address. Just 5 minutes away. Small mercies. Ajax. I also really like this because I know the basics of the reactions and emotions, but I struggle with visualizing and understanding how others will react to those things. And, like, I can't fully visualize how the character will play out with choices like Kip is. Like, explaining what they're going to say before I say it. I can't do that. Exactly, Ajax. And that's actually kind of why I'm doing it. If I can tell you the way that I think, even if it's a scary thought for me to explain how I think, because some people are going to think it's coming off in a wrong way, because everyone's going to have their own thoughts. It can help you understand even just one little more perspective on it and help you contextualize and build a lot more than if people just quietly choose without explaining it. Got on the scooter, started the engine, took a deep breath, and went on my way. On the road, I noticed the air had gotten considerably colder. The dampness crept under my clothes relentlessly. It wasn't exactly freezing, but I guess that long, warm autumn in the forecast promise was a bust. Looked like I'll need my winter uniform sooner than expected. I gripped the handlebars tighter, trying to stay focused on the road. Oh yeah, I'm definitely posting to VOD. You can re-watch and re-evaluate the way I do things, and you can judge how you see accordingly, because you can react differently. Soon enough, the first address came into view, a neat and quaint little house with a warm glow radiating from the windows. With a bit of effort, I finally fished the right bag out of the trunk. People react differently to the same problem. I'm more of a watch how they react and act accordingly type of person opposed to anticipate how people react. I like to profile, and I'm usually pretty accurate on it. Had to dig around a little, pull one bag out, shift another around, but I got it in the end. The rest stayed where they were. Hopefully. I let out a sharp breath as I got to the door, trying to pull myself together and managed to smile. Wasn't nervous, really, just the kind of fatigue that sticks to your bones. Every move felt like it took more and more effort. I knocked on the door and braced myself for a wait. After a few seconds, footsteps echoed behind the door, slow and steady like the person was in any sort of hurry. Muffled voices drifted through the walls. The first was a woman's, sharp and annoyed. "Corey! Someone's banging on the door again!" "I heard, dear. I ain't deaf yet, no matter how hard you try." "Well, go on then. Tell him it's rude waking folk up at an ungodly hour. Decent people are all in bed." "That's exactly what I thought, which is why I'm getting the door." The footsteps grew louder and more certain, then stopped right behind the door. At last, the door creaked open, and there stood an old man. Messy fur, eyes a bit weary, but there was no anger in them. He squinted at me, giving a once-over from head to toe. For a moment, I thought I might have gotten the wrong house. Looked like no one here was expecting a delivery, but then the man glanced at the bag in my hand and lit up right away. "Ah, you're here. If the missus found out I forgot to pick up groceries again, I'd be having a hearty meal of complaints instead of dinner." How should I react? Empathetically. I understand. I get it. Apathy. I'm feeding off the last apathy I went through. Before, I didn't want to do this job, and now I'm doing this job. Empathetically, I would say, okay, well, I will forgive him because he's going through his own things, and I will take the time to think consciously about how I react. Or, the easier option, I really don't want to be here. I really didn't care for this conversation. Here's your delivery. Good day. Apathy. I handed the bag and, pulling myself together, I recited a line we're supposed to tell every customer. "Here's your order. Thanks for choosing Fast Delicious." Finally! "So, how much do I owe you?" I let out a quiet sigh. "You've already paid for it." He froze, frowned like he was trying to remember when exactly that happened. "Huh. How'd that happen?" "Most likely you linked your card to the app. It charged automatically when you placed the order." He blinked, first confused, then kind of offended. "What? Without even asking me?" "Well, not exactly. You agreed when you linked the card and confirmed the payment when placing the order. Please check the bag to make sure everything's there." He gave me a suspicious look, grabbed the bag and peeked inside. Well, I was hoping for a couple $1,000,000 for my retirement, but I guess you don't deliver that. He chuckled at his own joke, clearly pleased. I gave a polite smile, but felt nothing inside. This is a thought. I'm too tired to play pretend. You see? Apathy feeds apathy. So, tired. I am tired. It's fine. Fatigue. You're looking kind of gloomy. Here, take this. Might perk you up a bit. He suddenly dropped something in my hand and slammed the door shut. Before I could even say a word, I looked down at my hand. A mint. Of course. Felt the tension ease up a bit, then the voices came from behind the door again. So, who was it? That's just our neighbor Donnie again. He stayed too long at the bar and got the wrong yard. Ah, Donnie. He really needs to quit. Tomorrow I'm telling his wife and his mother. Wow, trying to get him killed? Walking away from the yard, I checked my phone and marked the order as done. Just 3 left and I can head home. Sometimes, no matter what you do, you get the same outcome, everyone. Don't expect results. Alright, the next address isn't far. Maybe if everything goes smoothly, I'll finish before I pull my hair out. Who knows? Maybe tonight I'll get more than 3 hours of sleep. Oh, thank you, Nate. A nervous chuckle escaped me. You always were a kidder, Bent. Sighed heavily, rubbed my eyes to shake off the fatigue, climbed back on the scooter. Oh, like I got even colder. The engine rumbled quietly. The scooter responded with a light vibration that ran through the handlebars straight up to my tired hands. The air tonight smelled so nice, like something familiar. Suddenly wanted to close my eyes for a minute, or just for a second. Damn. A sharp burning pain suddenly flared deep inside my eyeballs, and for a split second, something strange flashed before my eyes. It's unreal. Like a fragment from one of my nightmares. Good thing I didn't hit the gas. Oh, okay. No big deal. It's all fine. I just need a moment to pull myself together. Alright. So, time to think. As you already saw before, some new thoughts will be dead ends. That's fine. Okay. Every thought you gain outside the reflection phase, we're getting traits. So, now we're back at this space again. Am I going to think the same exact way I thought before? Absolutely not. Thoughts are a day-to-day basis. I function through apathy today, rather than functioning through empathy yesterday. I am tired. I am focused on my own problems. I don't care. So, now we're going to start building our thoughts as we do. Depression. Good grief, this lad is dead inside. Someone top him off with a couple of buckets of serotonin and dopamine, quick. Alright. As we are. So, now, let's start to organize our thoughts. Do you notice something different? Our thoughts aren't the same. Funny how that works, right? Talk about a wrench in it. You can't think the same way every single day. It does not work like that. You can have a core set of values and a core set of principles, but expect to always be doing something different. So, having bliss thrown in here, remember that from last time? Sure don't. Isolation, remember that? Sure don't. Depression? I don't think that was here. Interesting. So, we will work and we will organize our thoughts in the same way we did yesterday. That's right. We're going to go through a whole other thing. So, we function. What is your core? What is affecting you on the outside? What is affecting you on the inside? Bravery will start because it's the most positive one, and that's the one probably everybody's looking at, waiting to see where I'm going to be dropping it. Bravery. I have been reacting today with apathy. I am not interested in any of this. Bravery, for those of you are going to think about it as a core thing. Well, you know what bravery is for me today? An external factor. That's what everybody else wants me to be. That's what everybody else wants me to feel. That's what everybody else expects of me. I'm not expecting bravery. I just want to go home. So that's where bravery is going to sit for me today. It is not my own thought. It is your thought. I won't be brave for you because I'm too tired to care. Depression. Depression. A lot of people will function depression as their main core goal. Their main core influence to everything else. The top of their hierarchy. Depression is a big part of life. Depression is a common thing. You know why a lot of us are depressed? Because we don't go outside. Is this talking as Bint or Kip? I am Bint. I am also Kip. I am both of these people. I am speaking to you from my truth of myself. I am putting myself out there because you expect this bravery of me right now. Depression is going to be one of the biggest things that we function off of. Depression is going to be one of the biggest things we do because we don't go outside anymore and we don't get sunlight. And you know, you need sunlight in order to not feel as depressed as you would be. Go outside sometime. Depression is going to always hold basis over us because that is all we're focused on. Because we like to live in misery. Because misery is familiar. Uncertainty is not. Bliss, that's in the back of my mind. I'm not looking for the happiness because the happiness sucks. I'm not looking for everything to go peachy keen because it won't. Because as soon as I feel good about something, something bad's going to happen to me. And that's my fear. Fear, you want to put it in the back with bliss. Because, you know, fear is a state of mind. Don't feel bad. Don't worry about it. No. Fear is something that's facing in the front. Fear is something that we are focusing on. I'm scared to do better for myself right now. And everybody else is making me want to be better for myself. But I'll let them down. That bliss is not something that I'm looking for. Because I'm depressed. How could I ever do something for anyone else? That fear is my detachment. That is my frontal core thought. I will detach and disengage with people because it will protect not just me, but it will protect them. Isolation. Yeah, this is the Kip I know. Yeah, Samu, I'm putting myself out there. Isolation. Where should this fall? My center. Isolate. Stay away from people. Stop interacting with people. You're hurting them. You're hurting yourself. Stay isolated because you do not need to be by anyone else. My isolation is not a result. My isolation is my choice. Apathy. I don't need to do any of this for any of you. My bravery right now is an external force that is focusing and forcing this on me right now. That's fear. That's attachment. So now we'll start digging through. Understanding. Fear, bravery leads to understanding. These are many different facets. Seems this game will bring out quite a few different ones, not just for Kip, but for anyone who plays. Absolutely like us. Understanding. So, our fear, we work through it with bravery from other people, and we have understanding. Does that cure everything? Does that fix everything just because I understand it? Does that make sense of everything and now I should just be all better? I understand why you all want me to be brave and talk about the things that I do and show this off. But does that get rid of it? No. Understanding's down here for now. Let's go through it. Isolation, fear. So now we're going to tab through. Cold. Why do scary things always make your hands go cold? Yes, yes. Blood flow, sweat, all that. Must every answer sound like it's nicked from a wiki? Dependence. Haley and I, we depend on each other. Without her, I'd have lost all purpose a long time ago. Let's see. I want to focus through isolation. My core one, I'm going to start branching out. See what comes of isolation. Loneliness. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not alone. I've got you and Miss T. Loneliness. Remember loneliness was up here? And we were functioning through loneliness? What, are you going to kick depression out? Just because yesterday you were lonely? No. That loneliness is still there. But is it your core part of the entire tree you have in your head today? Absolutely not. I didn't care about that guy's problems with his wife I didn't care to do this job today. I'm not feeling lonely. I'm feeling burnt out. I'm feeling stuck. Sucks. Sure, I'm lonely, but I could sit right here in my head. Doesn't need to be anywhere else right now. Isolation. Continue to link it, see if anything else does. Nothing else. Depression? Nope. Cool. So, let's go external factor. Everybody expects this bravery. Depression. We'll click through it. Composure. Look at that. Composure. We all know composure. Kip's well composed. Bint is well composed. He's doing his job. They're doing their jobs. Isn't that great? That composure is your perception of me. That composure is your perception of anyone else. I'm not thinking internally today. I am apathetic. I am thinking externally today. You're expecting me to be composed when I didn't even want to be here in the first place? Yeah, sure. Let's see if bravery will feed through anything else. Safety. No one's ever really safe. I figured that out a long time ago. Influence. Look, it's back. Remember? Influence is right down here. Influence is all what you do. I'm influenced by all of you today. I'm not doing the influencing. I'm being influenced. I'm being forced as far as I'm caring. Let's keep going. Also, Cold is back. Did you see that? Encouragement. Let her have what she wants. Cold is here. This is right here. I am being cold. I am being antisocial. I am being uninterested. This is what makes your mind so complicated to read, because you are not the same person day to day. You have your core set of ideals and you have your core set of principles, but your brain changes per basis and per your own momentum. Today I started off with being apathetic. I don't give a shit about anything else that's going on right now. All this talk from yesterday, all this hype up from things that I said were good, fuck that. I just want to go home and sleep. Isolation. Let's focus through it. Cold. Composure. Make sure it doesn't go to anything else, because right now this is in the core. This is in the center. Behavior will change according to mood. And mood is a state of mind. And if you're depressed, first and foremost, your mood will suck death. As a kid, you don't even think it's a thing. But then it becomes what you're most afraid of. Though, for me, it's not death itself. It's dying before I even get to start living. Sickness. It's back. It's back. Sickness. Remember, sickness is sitting comfortably. You know, I'm getting sick because I'm burnt out. I'm not burnt out. I'm not burnt out at this point because I'm not bothering to work in the first place. The sickness is right there. I'm sick. I'm awful. I'm the worst I can be today, right now. That's one of the core functions going off in my head, is I'm sick. And I'm still doing it. Let's go through. Let's check our depression. Let's link it to anything else. See what we get. We're looking. Nothing's coming out of it. Detachment. Nothing. Sometimes nothing really works out. And that's okay, I guess. You would be hard-pressed to believe that I am a nihilistic person. I believe in nothing. A lot amounts to nothing. And it's okay, because I'm excited for that nothing. Anger. What's this? Was this yesterday's? I don't think so. but anger's here. Am I mad? Am I angry at all this going on? Is it all of you who are angry because I'm not around as much anymore? Is it all of you influencing me because you are disappointed and you want me around? This is something that's put in the back of my mind. I shouldn't be angry. I'll just bite my tongue. What's the point of being angry? Do you see? This is why it's so complex to work with the mind. Tyson, aloha. This is why it's so complex to be where you are. Am I guided by this anger? Am I depressed because I'm dissatisfied? Am I isolating because I'm mad at everybody? Is everybody mad at me and making me depressed? Am I just angry in the background and do I not want to think about it? Or do I give that anger out to other people? Do I vent out my frustrations to them? What do you do? Where are you doing? That's what you have to think about on a constant. I'm nihilistic in that I believe that there's no meaning to anything other than which we assign, but that is the beauty of it. We are the great deciders. We choose who or what has meaning to us. You, me, and my friends, and those that I love mean everything to me. Absolutely, and that means everything. That means everything, but I will not expect you to live by that moral forever, because I don't believe in ownership of you and your thoughts. You are not forced to be understanding every single day. Kip, if you are comfortable sharing, what is your day job? Currently, I don't work. Originally, I come from Maui. I was a server at one of our hoity-toity big fancy restaurants on the ocean. I went through Disney Band in the past. I went through medical in the past. I had Navy in the past. There's a lot of things that I do. I do a lot of different things, and I don't often talk about them because I don't care for grandeur. I don't care for interest. I don't care to make connections based off of my merits. I have 3 walls full of awards, and all of this has led me to sit here playing this game with all of you, instead of working on a job, making a bunch of money, or even being a streamer for money in the first place. My day job is my community. My day job is the people I care about. That is my job currently. I don't expect a payout from it. I don't even expect to be noticed about it. I just do it because I believe all of you have the potential to make a choice. You just need the opportunity to. So that's why I work as hard as I do. But I'm depressed today. I'm sad today. I'm burnt out. Whatever you want to say. However you want to say it. Anger. We've sat on this for a long time. Do you see how much I am scared of anger? Anger is the biggest thing that I'm worried about, because you wouldn't believe it, but I'm actually a very angry person at heart. I am one of those people that when my laundry falls 3 times, I actually get really mad and punch it out and yell at it. I genuinely do that. Is it scary to admit it? Absolutely. Is it brave to admit it? Sure, if you think so. But at the end of the day, I am a very angry person. I'm an Aries. I am an INTJ. I am the firstborn. I go through a lot of things to be very angry. It's up to me how I utilize it. And you see how I'm sitting and it's floating because it influences so much. Anger from other people, anger of myself, anger I give to other people. But today, as I'm focusing through depression, my sickness, my isolation, my coldness, right here, this is when something like this happens. This cold that I was using through my isolation, I'm shifting anger into it because I'm angry at my life. I'm angry at everything going on around me. I'm angry at the shit that I have to deal with every single day. And this coldness, I'm giving it. This understanding, I'm pulling it. I don't care to talk because it doesn't matter today. When does it matter? How long does it matter? Who cares? Cold. Let's give the anger out. So, we'll focus anger along with everything else and we'll see what we get. We're just going to tab it through and see what happens because we're functioning through anger today. edginess. You won't let them hurt you again. Ever. A short fuse takes care of you, but not of others. But who needs those others? Certainly not you. This is how the brain works. This is how your brain functions. Continue with it. You can be whoever you want to be. Why focus on what other people want of you? So now we've cleared out that. Now we're going to function through our coldness. Nothing there. Let's go through it. Bravery, influence, money. I envy people who never have to worry about it. Isn't that basically freedom? Yeah, sucks. Bliss and understanding, I'm not even focusing on those right now. Do I have anything from isolation? No. Do I have anything else from anger? No. Am I going to function now? Let's see. Nothing. Depression, sickness, fatigue, numbness. Let's go. Paranoia. It's back. Hi. Paranoia is always going to function through you. Am I paranoid about what everybody else is going to see of me? Am I paranoid because of just me in general? This paranoia, it's going to overarch. It's going to function. But will this coldness lead into me speaking about paranoia? Will I tell people? Will this paranoia sit along with bliss and understanding? That paranoia is going to sit right about here for me right now. And that's where I'm going to leave it. So let's continue through. Let's function through paranoia, actually. Let's function and let's see what we get. Sickness lit up, so I guess there's something here. See, at this point with bliss and understanding back here, I didn't even want to try to interact with it. But I'm going to. So, paranoia. We're building connections and we're building traits. And look at this. This is a new day and it's a new game. And here we are. Back at it again, huh? Okay, nothing. Loneliness. Anything? No. Look at that. See, we're going through it. I heard your stories working as chef. We know you angry. Oh, I'm very angry. I'm not fond of pain. Hugely overrated. Why suffer when you could just not? Doesn't that counteract everything I said yesterday? Doesn't that counteract everything I just said yesterday? That pain is the fundamental building block of your sense of self? That you need to live through pain in order to grow? But I'm apathetic today. Why would I need to suffer at all when I could have just walked away from the issue in the first fucking place? Think about it. So here we are. Remember, pain was an offset of everything like this. Right? Pain came down from my work and burnout and everything like that. Pain sat in me, and it was me. It was a definition of my motivation. Well, you know what pain is today? External. People caused me pain. Others caused me pain. Life caused me pain. But am I making my own pain? No, I'm walking away from it. I can hold it, but it's not my problem. So let's see. Past. Sometimes I wonder what could have been, but thinking about it, it just hurts too much. Dream. No matter how much I dream, it doesn't bring back my will to live. I wake up just as drained as when I passed out, and the emptiness never leaves. Sometimes I dream of just getting help. External factor. We'll go through pain. Attachment. Attachment's lighting up. Escape. What's this? Escape is back. What's scary about this for me is I can tell if you're playing the character or projecting your actual thoughts and emotions. These are my own thoughts. These are my own emotions. I am going out on a limb to be brave for all of you, for all of your pain, to show the composure that I have, to offer this influence that I am always forced to speak. This is real. Just as it was yesterday in this game. This is real. I believe that this character is a window of expression. I wholeheartedly believe in that, and that is a wonderful thing. That is a wonderful thing, and I encourage you to play this game based on how much I've been enjoying this and how much I get to enjoy it with all of you. And it means a lot. It really does, because I could have played this game by myself and reflected by myself, but I took the chance to play it with all of you, and here I am, speaking thoughts that would normally be very quiet. So, escape. Escape. This is what we want. This is what we need. A chance to get away from everything, to escape all of the external influences, to escape my depression, to escape my sickness, to escape this fear, loneliness, to escape talking and being shitty to people, to escape myself, my isolation, my anger. Somebody come and save me. But at the end of the day, my escape is in the back of my head, because I'm not thinking about escape. I'm focusing on the familiarity of the place I'm stuck at. Isolation and anger are very dangerous. Thank you, Roxy. It is the most dangerous combination you can have as a center point of self. My escape is in the back of my mind, because as soon as I escape, I'm going to be ensnared right into another trap. What's the point of getting excited for my escape? There is none. It's there, and I want it. Pain and fear, even more anxiety. I'll just explode. My nerves are already stretched to the breaking point like strings. Pain, again, be my outwards influence. Bravery, escape, strategy. I don't have a plan. I'm just waiting for something. Some outside force to change my life. Yeah, I know it's dumb. Wow, didn't we just say that? Didn't we just see that yesterday in such a different tonality? Huh. Composure. External factors coming in. Loneliness. Where is it? It lit up? What's my loneliness? Isolation? Anger? I don't need more edge. I need to learn how to use the one I've already got. Let's do escape. Let's escape. Let's try. Can we escape anything? Understanding self-freedom isn't about thinking of escape. It's about understanding that the box you see yourself in is only a perspective, and once seen from the outside, you realize it is just a box. Roxy, I am a firm believer that if you believe you are trapped in a situation, you are forever stuck in jail. But if you believe the place you are trapped is a palace, then you can rule your very own kingdom every single day you're alive. Correct. Yeah, it's all perspective. And sometimes that depression ruins that perspective. Sometimes that overarching depression keeps you from doing anything. I'm curious what the flashing blue means. We're trying to connect our thoughts. That's what I'm trying to figure out too. Okay, we got everything set there. Detachment. Understanding. Let's go back to core values. Let's go back to core. Numbness. Composure. Numbness. Loneliness. There it is again. Loneliness flashed up again. Something. It wants to do something. What it wants to do, I'm not sure. Nightmares. Composure. Resilience. I can call myself resilient, but did I really make it through everything? Maybe I'm not tough. Just broken for so long. Maybe I'm just running on momentum. Can't delay the ads. I know, it's kind of funny how that works, right? Fear. What do you want, Fear? I saw you light up. Nothing. Look at that. Look how much slower we're moving, even though I'm talking a lot less when you're functioning through a depressive mindset. This is the mental slog you have to get through when you're stuck in a depression mode. This is it. Do you see how slow we're moving? When yesterday we had a ton by functioning off of what? Charisma? Family. It's back. Family is here. In some fashion. I think they have a correlation, but isn't the right word, or feeling, when it's not quite right. Yeah. Family is here. Is my family my source of depression because they've kept me stuck where I am? Is my family my source of isolation and anger because I don't care to be who those people are? Is my family the one who led me to fear people and become detached because they didn't save me when I needed them most? Is my family an external? Is it something I don't need? Is it something I don't want? How do I frame family by more than just blood? I'm focusing through apathy. Family is nothing but a word. They didn't save me. They don't care to save me. And the moment I get success, will they capitalize off of me? Paranoia. So, let's focus through. The difference of working, right? The difference of thinking things day to day. Crazy to think. Friends. As my friends always say, I do have friends. All my subordinates are my friends. Friends. Here it is. And I know all of you are thinking and waiting to see where this lands. There's something my found family likes to say. The blood of the coven is thicker than the water of the womb. Family is just a word indeed. Absolutely. It is your choice. And it is your perfect choice you get to make. Friends. I'm being apathetic today. I am not interested in anything. Depression is my forefront today. Isolation. Anger. Friends? How could anybody be so selfish as to expect me to care about them when I'm going through what I'm going through? How can anybody be so mean to want to know what I think of them when I've got so many other things going on? Friends. Are they really my friends if they don't care? Are they really my friends if they are going to sit with me and know that I'm suffering and offer nothing that my family could have? Am I so selfish as to expect something from them in the first place? Are my friends external, where they invite me out to have fun, to go out with them, to inconvenience me, but try to bring me out? Are my friends my saviors from an external standpoint? Are my friends a burden from the internal standpoint? Are my friends that chance for escape that I keep in the back of my mind because I want friends, but my depression, my isolation, my anger, it keeps me away. And it's only me keeping me away from my friends. What do I want? What do I want with friends? And how am I going to let them down when I'm not anything more than somebody who's a burden? I'm not anything more than somebody that takes, that gives nothing but sad remarks, disinterest, nothing. Why am I here just to be something so cumbersome to them? Friends are something that are hard, especially when you're going through depression, because you're very caught up not just in your own thoughts of them, not just in your own paranoia. Friends, to me, today, focusing as I am, They're outside. I can't think about my friends today. I can't think about the people, but they'll talk to me. But I want to put them back here. I want to have my friends in the back of my head. I want to think about them so hard. And I want to have that escape with them. I want out. And I want to be there with my friends in the first place. But I don't care enough to keep them there. Let's go through. Composure. Reliability. I try to be reliable, but sometimes I wish I could take a risk. Some wild adventure that will turn everything upside down. But it can't. It's not just my life on the line. How does the back of my mind work with things outside of my mind? It usually doesn't. You'd be surprised. The things you have in the back of your mind that mean a lot. Manipulation. The things in the back of your mind that you try to correlate to the front of your head, to the external force, are usually the worst choices you can make. Manipulation and inspiration are the same thing, as we said yesterday, and I can talk manipulation all I want. And I manipulated myself into a 31% survival rate, and I died. I know better today. Manipulation. Manipulation. I can't manipulate the situation. I can't manipulate other people's ideas, philosophies. But I can manipulate myself. My brain's just a tool. It's a lot of work. Am I really set for that work? But I can manipulate myself not to try. I can manipulate myself to feel bad for myself so I don't even think to try to save anybody this time around. Right here. Manipulation. At the forefront. Right there with my fear. Right there with my detachment and loneliness. I'll manipulate myself to protect myself. Let's see if it interacts. Manipulate bravery. So now, my manipulation being in the front, how does it react with the external? Does it interact with the external? Let's see. Something I've always told myself is I don't have to control others or the world, but I do have control over myself, which is what I do, what makes what I do the most important. Absolutely. Absolutely this. Horrors. We watch horror movies sometimes, but I never thought real life could be much worse. Control. I keep losing it, but luckily we're still staying afloat for now. Can I manipulate anything? Eloquence. It's back. Be charming. Talk your way out of anything. Twist people's minds until they're on your side, all for your own good. Eloquence is the most useful trait, and everyone agrees on that, even the other traits. Eloquence got us a 31% survival chance, because we thought we were bigger than we were. Check that ego. Escape. With friends? Guilt. No matter how much I go over it, I can't really blame myself. I did everything I could. Escape with family? No chance. Understanding friends? Understanding family? Understanding pain? No? Eloquence is how you help me pronounce it. Real. Bliss, influence, bliss, friends. Nothing. Nothing. And you start to, in this depression circle, you start to lose interest. Look, we've been doing this, and I'm no further than I was yesterday. I'm not even close to being as far as I was yesterday, and I shut up a lot more this time. Depression. I'm tired. I don't want to keep doing this. I want to keep moving on. If I just get through my deliveries, I can leave. Why do I need to keep thinking? Do I need anything else? It's exhausting. Anger at family. Anger at friends. Nothing. And this is where the anger core comes through. Am I going to give it out? No, I want to be cold. I want to be indifferent. Depression, friends, nothing. Sickness, friends, nothing. You see, you start to get into the circle and spiral where, look at, I'm tabbing through, I'm getting frustrated, I'm getting annoyed, I want something to happen and nothing is happening. Everybody's here waiting. Everybody's expecting me to move on with the game. Maybe they're getting bored. Is that anxiety starting to bubble up? Absolutely it is. Look at that. Nothing. Nothing. Isolation from friends. Isolation from family. Nothing. Anything. What does my family have? Does the family do anything right now? Pain. Lit up. Friends. Pain. Cold. Pain. Nothing. It lights up. But for what? You see? It's day to day. This is what makes it so hard to try to assume how people are. When you think you know somebody, you know very little of them. Nostalgia. Such a weird feeling. Sweet and bitter at the same time. Just like orange juice. Orange. Family. Nothing. Anything. Anything at all. Look at that. We're going through all of it. Coldness to family, to friends. Nothing. Nothing. Loneliness, done. Detachment, done. Fear, done. Manipulation, set. Look at, we're functioning through a different mindset and we have gotten nothing. We have gotten nothing through focusing through our depression. Look at, we've done it all. We've done it all. This is a new horror VN, which has different choices based on thoughts and ideas you connect. Kip is currently going through the VN using his character to show facets of himself and explaining his thoughts as he goes through the situations and correlations. Real. So, I'm done. Good enough. So explain it all. Depression, I'm focusing through that. This is my sickness. I am isolating myself. I am angry at everything, including me. I am paranoid about the life I need to live. The pain, the bravery, the composure, my family, my friends, and all their influences are all external to me. This is all external. All of this. I'm focusing my manipulation over myself and the situations I'm in because I'm operating out of my fear, my detachment, and my loneliness. I want bliss, I want understanding, and most of all, because it's at the lowest point in me, I want escape. But it's not coming. Because I'm too bitter, I'm too calloused, and I'm too cold to care, to try to leave. Because even walking in a circle, at least I'm still moving in my head. Continue. Sometimes I think, if I wasn't so tired, maybe I could have been king of the world. Feeling a bit better now? Just gotta keep moving. Rolling up to the next delivery, I slowed down and stopped right outside an old house with a long crack running across the facade. Almost every house around had neat flower beds, or at least a couple of pots by the door, but here, there was nothing. Just faded walls, peeling paint on the door frame, and an empty yard that looked like no one set foot there in ages. I killed the engine, slowly got off the scooter, and opened the trunk to grab the biggest bag of groceries. I rang the doorbell, waited a few seconds, but nothing happened. No footsteps, no movement behind the door. Patiently, I rang again. Only then did I catch a faint sound. Someone was slowly approaching the door, but even then it stayed shut. I sighed heavily, gripped the bag a little tighter, and knocked on the door with my hand. A strange noise came from inside, something between a scared squeak and a soft sigh. "Hello? This is your grocery delivery." After a short pause, I heard the sound of a lock. A quiet click. Then another one. And a third, followed by the clink of a chain. The door slowly, almost reluctantly opened just a crack. Eyes peeked out from the gap. You scared me. How? You could have been anyone. You kept ringing the bell so insistently, I thought maybe you were some kind of villain or maniac. Man lives in a real Roxy. But didn't you order delivery for this time? I did, but what's that got to do with anything? I had nothing to say to that. I just squeezed the grocery bag a little tighter and carefully held it out. The shadow on the doorway twitched and quickly stepped back, wary of my movements. Here's your order. Thanks for choosing Fast Delicious. From the darkness, a pair of slender hands slowly reached out. The fingers trembled slightly, but they took the order anyways. Thanks. By the way, are there still a lot of people out there? Right now? This late? No, in general, there's way too many people in these streets, just wandering back and forth, wearing fake faces. So annoying. How should I react to this? Am I understanding today? Am I going to feel what they're feeling? No, I don't give a shit about them. Apathy? Yeah, I don't care. And it doesn't make a choice if I care or not right now. Am I anxious? Not really. My anxieties are more to the thought that I'll be anxious if I even think about this more than I'm thinking about it right now, because me thinking about this is going to start justifying the fact that I need to be afraid. Edginess? Yeah. Sucks out here. It's awful. Who would ever love that? Am I in control of the situation? Am I going to manipulate this person? I don't care about them that much. I'm busy being edgy. I'm busy dismissing them in my most possible way. Have to mention, it's kind of weird how much you're talking to some random delivery guy if you're not so into people. He looked at me with unexpected embarrassment and seemed to be thinking about something. Well, would you look at that? You're actually based. You say what you think, huh? I didn't expect that reaction from them. I rarely see anyone without a mask. I say whatever I want to, but somehow people never like it. Looks like they're just stalling, getting kind of annoying. Sorry, I gotta go. Got a couple more deliveries. Just as I was about to turn and leave, they suddenly twitched forward, lightly touched my shoulder, and quickly stepped back. Wait! I stopped and turned around. They looked nervous. I gotta check something. Something important. They looked down. So, how can I help? Actually, I'm afraid. They trailed off, not finishing the sentence like they were thinking it over. I'm no shrink, but hey, gotta keep that app rating up. Are you scared of something again? No, I'm afraid you forgot to put my barbecue sauce in. Pretty sure I ordered it. Seriously? Sauce? I glanced down at the bag that they were holding. I'm sure I put it in there. Ah, there it is. Buried deep at the bottom of the bag. Though the pack feels kind of light. You didn't take a sip before handing it over, right? What? Of course not. Who even drinks barbecue sauce anyways? Or any other sauce? He stared at me like I just said something completely insane. A weird question. Who doesn't drink it? What else are you supposed to do with it? I barely held back a loud sigh. I seriously need a day off. First time I've met someone who doesn't like barbecue sauce. No, I do like it. It's just... Anyways, it doesn't matter. I have to go. Please order from Fast Delicious again. But better not. You're weird as hell. Nobody told you that? Alright, good luck. You'll need it, weirdo. Before I could say anything, the door slammed shut. Yikes. Turning back to my scooter, I suddenly noticed the fog rolling in. Pretty thick fog. I'm sure it wasn't there just a moment ago. Weird. I checked the forecast this morning and the app said it'll be sunny all week. So after watching some online casino ad with a bunch of hot girls promising easy money, all I got was a lie. Would really suck to get caught in a surprise rain and catch cold now. I pulled out my phone and marked the order as done. Figured I'd check the weather again too. After 30 seconds of waiting, the same message popped up about perfect fall weather, clear 68 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's way colder than 60 degrees right now. I yawned deeply, feeling the exhaustion hit hard. Then got back on my scooter and checked the next delivery address. Next, we're just headed to the main residential area, same place I live. And the very last address seems to be nearby too. That cheered me up a bit. At least I won't have to haul across the whole city after my shift. I took a deeper breath of the cool air, checked the bags. We're still packed tight in the trunk, and hit the gas. When I reached the second to last address, I realized the road ahead had lost all definition. The fog got so thick the visibility went to hell. Streetlight barely cut through the haze, turning their glow into blurry blobs. I frowned, breathing in the damp air, when suddenly I caught a faint but clear scent of oranges. Yeah, I wish you've been here, or hopefully you've been here lurking this whole time. Yeah, this is great. Maybe one of these bags has a fruit pack in it? I glanced out the order compartment, but froze immediately. It felt like the citrus smell was coming from me. Weird. It's a new one for overwork symptoms. I took a deep breath and pulled out the right bag. I stepped up to the door and raised my hand to knock, but before I knew it, the door suddenly opened on its own. A sweet-looking young woman stood in the doorway, smiling kindly. A small child peeked up from just behind her robe. Oh, you're already here. I just saw you through the window. I'll say... How should I react to this? Empathy. Empathy across the board. Well, I'm empathetic, so I'll react with the last one, shall we? Here you go. Thanks for choosing Fast Delicious. I handed her the bag, and she took it carefully. One glance inside, and she turned right to the kid. Look, Mickey, the flour and milk are here. Now we can make pancakes just like you wanted. I think we still have some chocolate syrup somewhere. Yay, pancakes! Real, Lycus. Well, not quite pancakes yet. The woman laughed and leaned gently towards the child. Now then, Mickey, what do we say to the nice young man who brought us our groceries this late at night? Kip's usual hand of cards. Thank you, Yao. The boy looked up at me with wide eyes and took a deep, serious breath. Thank you so much for bringing the ingredients. For the first time all day, a strange but warm feeling spread through me. Was this that work satisfaction thing people always talk about? Anytime. Suddenly, the woman reached forward and slipped something into my hand. Here, this is for you. Thanks again. She gave a small nod and gently closed the door. I looked down. There's a bill in my hand. Oh, real Roxy. How could you take it out on a sweet woman with a child who did nothing wrong, and you probably have mommy issues? Oh, a tip? This was the best moment I had all shift, but deep down all I could feel was bitterness. I walked back to my scooter and shoved a bill into my pocket. I haven't thought about them in so long. Not sure why. Maybe work just drains me too much to think about that kind of stuff. Roxy, real. I sighed, sat down on the scooter, and started the engine. One last stop. Just a little more and this day is finally over. I miss them. Real, yeah, Lycus. On the way to my next delivery, I spotted a 24-hour supermarket. Reminds me, I needed to buy that chocolate milk with the kitty on the label. Since it was conveniently on the way, I figured, why not stop by? I got off the scooter, stretched, loosened up my stiff shoulders, and stepped inside. A quiet, slightly sugary tune was playing here. It felt like it was made to keep people aimlessly wandering through the aisles, lost in their own inner thoughts. The cashier was slouched behind the counter, staring at the monitor like someone had already asleep in their mind. Honestly, I had no idea how he hadn't dozed off to that music. His store name is Wild Energy. Real. I found the right section, grabbed the milk, and pulled out the bill from my pocket, eyeing it under the soft store lights. My mom used to give me the exact same amount for pocket money. Back then, it felt like a lot. I could buy almost anything in that tiny shop across the street. I even had a little ritual. First, I'd take forever deciding which candy was absolutely essential to try, and then, almost every time, I'd spend all of it on watermelon gum. Funny how my priorities have changed. Coming to the counter, I instinctively waved off the usual bag question and placed the milk in front of the cashier. Next to him on the shelf, I spotted some discounted nut bars and, without much thought, grabbed a couple. Good luck out there, brother. I didn't get why he said that at first, but then I followed his gaze. He noticed my delivery uniform. Oh, right. Thanks. Good luck not falling asleep to that music. Actually, when there's no customers, I switch to music so I don't die of boredom, but I have to change it back when people show up or my boss gets mad. Maybe headphones would help? Nah, no way. There are cameras in the corners. If they catch me wearing headphones, I'd get fired immediately. But they don't record audio, so we could be talking about robbing the store right now and no one would care. He quickly scanned all my stuff. Any ghosts yet? Oh, we got something like that's for sure, right, Lycus? Gotcha. Well, good luck to you too. I quickly packed up everything in my backpack and headed for the exit. As I closed the door behind me, I wondered if I should have picked up anything else. But the moment I stepped outside, the atmosphere in the store changed completely. Yeah, he clearly wasn't joking. Just as I was nearing my scooter, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Sharp ringtones sliced through the silence of the empty street. Haley. I picked up right away. Hey, big bro. What's taking you so long? You have to count? You got a concert or something? No, I... no idea how to even start explaining this to her. Sorry, I had to work longer than I planned. Hurry up, please. I found this awesome movie and I've been waiting to watch it with you. I've held it for like 2 whole hours. Wow, 2 whole hours. Yeah, no wonder she's so worked up. How should I react to this? Now, this is the dyad. I have a little sister. And that little sister can crumble everything that I worked to put up about my coldness and my stillness. Obviously, there's no parents around, based on context clues of this so far. Am I going to react empathetically? No, I don't really understand her waiting, because I've waited around for someone to save me or coddle me forever. I'm not going to react that way. Am I going to react apathetically? No, I don't. I do care. And I know I care deep down. Anxiety? We'll come back to that. Edginess? Am I going to be kind of an asshole to my own little sister because of my own insecurities? I could, but not today. Control? No. No, I'm not going to try. I'm not going to even try. I'm anxious. Then you took a second and realized your current emotional mental state of apathy is all self-chosen at the moment. Take a second, really. I'm going to be anxious. Out of everything else, right here, right now, 2 hours. You always try to be eloquent. Real. Well, when someone's not pissing you off anyway. Real. I'm going to react through anxiety because this anxiety I'm feeling right now is going to bubble up really badly because I'm working through isolation and anger first and foremost. I am working through everything else and I am letting my little sister down where my parents or anybody else who is attributed to me let me down in the first place, and I'm fucking up right now. Yeah, I'm headed home now. I'm not really keen on wandering the streets when it's dark. It feels a bit creepy here. Don't be scared. If you want, I can come meet you halfway. No, you stay safe at home. I've got the scooter after all. Oh, by the way, did you get our favorite chocolate milk? I already set out the cup and the straws for us. And I made popcorn in the microwave. It's a bit burnt, but it's still tasty. I already ate a third. Yeah, I already got the milk. Just stepped out of the store. I turned my phone screen towards the supermarket to back up my words. Oh, I was at a similar store recently with my friends after school, but there was a rave party there, not heavy metal. Alright, hurry home. I can't wait anymore. I will. Give me 20 minutes. I'll try to be as fast as I can. But if you don't make it, I'll start without you. And without the chocolate milk. Her face was priceless. Alright, then I'm definitely waiting. Bye. I shook my head, unable to hold back a smile. Finishing the call, I put my phone in my pocket, got on the scooter, and fired up the engine. I did notice that the music changed, yes. Rolling up to the last drop-off, I barely noticed the world around me. My head was buzzing from the exhaustion, eyelids sticking shut, legs feeling like lead. I checked the address on my phone, looked up, and headed for the door, but suddenly I bumped into something. Got pulled back a bit, and there was a passerby right in front of me. A white rabbit with messy fur and a scared look. He seemed tense. Also, I'm going to take a water sip. Give me 1 second. We just stood there, silently staring at each other. Probably should apologize. Sorry. Didn't see you there. Was in a rush. Oh yeah. No worries. Smiled to ease the awkwardness, but the guy didn't relax. He's way smaller than me. Maybe he got scared? His gaze suddenly flicked away, ears twitching. Something wrong? Really, yeah. He slowly looked me over, sizing me up. You're going to... Suddenly he snapped his head towards the house where I was going to drop off the last package. Hey, have you ever thought about quitting this job? I blinked. That blunt question caught me off guard. I wasn't even sure how to respond. Was he messing with me? How should I react to this? Remember, we got burned last time. So, who needs to control the situation? We're working away from that. I'm not looking for that at all. Empathy? I don't know this guy. I don't care to know this guy. I am functioning through anything else. Apathy is there. My little sister's still waiting. She's still waiting right now. Last time was really bad. I was here. We're going to be edgy. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go deliver it to this house. Anxiety is still gripping on my heart. Is this some kind of secret code? The guy's eyes suddenly went wide. Oh, what? A code? Like you're a criminal or something and you just mistook me for one of your accomplices? I started glancing around trying to figure out if anyone else was watching me. The whole thing was just too weird. Maybe he was just trying to prank me. Robert clearly realized he said something wrong. He shrugged awkwardly and looked away. No, sorry, it's just... He looked towards the house again. You just look really tired. Alright, sorry. It's none of my business. I get it. I gotta go. Before I could say anything, he turned and quickly walked away. I stood there watching him go. What was that even about? Then again, should I be surprised? I meet so many weirdos a day that I barely notice people's quirks anymore. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the weird feeling, and knocked as I stepped up to the door. My head was buzzing. My body was running on autopilot. Maybe I should take a day off, fake being sick, and call in. This job and the constant lack of sleep are driving me insane. I knocked again. Still no one coming to the door. Maybe the customer's just shy, or forgot they ordered something? That happened earlier today, actually. I was about to knock again when I spotted the doorbell and gave it a press. Nothing. But the lights are on. Someone's gotta be home, right? Maybe that weird bunny was the customer. I pulled out my phone and dialed the client's number. The ringtone echoed from inside the house, ringing out into the quiet evening. And then somewhere deeper inside I heard a completely different noise. So someone is definitely home. I frowned. Maybe they fell asleep and didn't hear it? Or I just don't want to answer for whatever reason. I raised my hand to knock louder, but then another idea hit me. I could just do what folks in small towns do, shamelessly peek through the windows. I took a step to the side. What? I felt my foot step into something damp. A chill ran down my spine. I slowly looked down. Blood. A dark, thick puddle spread out on the porch. I froze, unable to move. Blood under my soles. It looked real. I swallowed, trying to catch my breath, but the lump in my throat wouldn't go away. What? What happened here? I crouched down slowly, but didn't touch the liquid. The smell was unmistakable. Metallic. Heavy. Sticky. And the worst part, it smelled fresh. Very fresh. A smeared trail stretched out from the side of the puddle, blotching the ground with dark spots and disappearing around the corner of the house. It was uneven, like someone had dragged something heavy, leaving messy streaks in the grass. A shiver ran through me. I should have turned around and left, called the police, done something, but instead, as if hypnotized, I quietly followed the trail of blood, disappearing into the tall grass of the backyard. My heart was pounding hard in my chest. I could feel something terrible had happened. I walked carefully, barely breathing. Leo, I see you're doing the edgy approach. Afraid to disturb the silence that now hung around me. But as soon as I went a little further, I realized silence is an illusion. A dull, squelching sound was coming from somewhere ahead. The further I moved, the clearer it became. Crunch. Squelch. Some wet, sticky sound that made my insides turn cold. The wall of the house ended just a few steps ahead. Beyond it, the backyard. I slowly moved forward. Just before the edge, I carefully peeked around the corner. Oh God. Someone's lying there. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. Hard to make out the details, but I'm sure I see the tile owner of all that blood. Blood soaked everything around the dark patches, and his body laid sprawled in a painful position. Looks like he's still breathing. And a monster, hunched over his body. It was motionless, like it was studying its victim. Smooth, dark, with ragged outlines. Its silhouette looked like a piece of pure darkness. The edges of its form flickered like smoke, but when I looked closer I could make out long limbs pinning the poor guy. The squelching sound came again from the victim. This wounded guy was still alive. He wheezed and drew air into his lungs, making a wet, guttural sound. This is my chance. What should I do? Quick! No empathy here. No apathy here. Edgy. My entire facade of being cold and calculated isn't here. No. Not even gonna try. Anxiety. Anxiety is going to reign over this entire situation. I'm thinking of him. I'm thinking of my sister. I'm thinking of everything that can go wrong right now. Anxiety. No. I'm not suicidal. If that thing notices me, I don't want to die. Fear clenched my throat even tighter. I held my breath, froze for a second, and started backing away. One step. Another step. Just don't make a sound. My heart's pounding so loud I swear it's going to give me away. Back in front of the house, I felt a cold sweat running down my back. My heart was racing and my breath was all over the place. I took a few quick steps and ran without looking back, just forward, straight to the scooter. My numb fingers were trembling as I pulled out the keys. Faster. Faster. I jumped on the seat and turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life and the wheels took off. I shot out onto the road, biting my lip, not caring about speed or traffic rules. Away. As far away from here as possible. After riding for a bit, I slowed down. Not because the road was tough, I just didn't want to rush. There was some kind of feeling of control in that slow movement. Through the helmet, all I heard was a steady hum of the scooter. Everything else turned into background noise, city streets, passing cars. I didn't feel like a part of it at all. Stopped by the park. A familiar spot, 2 blocks from home. Used to come here after shifts just to walk and wind down. I killed the engine, slid off the seat slowly and eased into the bench without taking off my helmet. Sat there for a minute. What the just happened? My head was full of noise. Thoughts, fear, fatigue, flashing images. I pulled my phone from my pocket. The lit screen still showed the courier app. The last order. It was still not done. For a while, I just stared at those words like maybe they vanished if I waited long enough. Eventually, I let out a quiet breath and tapped the button, marking the order as done. I don't know what to do with it. I should call the cops, but what am I going to tell them? They saw some huge monster with a face literally melting and twisting like in the horror movies? That sounds way too unreal, like I'm losing it. When you cannot control what is occurring, we humans take control of whatever tiny insignificant thing we can just to feel like we have control. No matter how insignificant, because it's better than none, including the speed of your scooter. Absolutely. I'm not crazy. Am I even sure what I saw? Everything feels like nonsense, like a bad dream gripping me and won't let go. Lately, I keep having nightmares. Maybe this was a nightmare too. A hallucination. I squeeze my temples, half expecting to squeeze out all that horror, then a breath, and at that moment, light wind blew. Cool. At first it seemed normal, but then I caught a smell. The nice smell of orange juice, weirdly calming me down. I got home. Didn't even remember how. Everything just melted into one shaky stream of streetlights, dark alleys, and the dull hum of the engine. As soon as the scooter died by the porch, I didn't immediately know what to do next. Only after a few seconds of my fingers unclenched, letting go of the handlebar, my legs carried my body automatically toward the front door. I rang the doorbell and immediately heard fast footsteps coming closer. That sound sobered me up a bit. I quickly sat my cheeks to shake off that nervous, scared look on my face. The door swung open. Yay, you're finally home! Her voice was so happy, so normal. I felt like an alien from another world for a moment. tried to smile. Yeah. Finally, I'm home. My voice sounded fake, too tired for the tone I was trying to pull off, but Haley didn't seem to notice. I stepped inside, and the warmth of the small but cozy apartment wrapped around me like a comforting blanket. It smelled kind of sweet. Real like us. I took a deep breath and quietly shut the door behind me. The feeling of safety that home usually gave me felt distant this time. Walking further in, I kicked off my shoes and sank into the couch. Didn't even take off my backpack, just flopped down, feeling the tension slowly leave my muscles, but my mind was still noisy. Tired? You're often late, but today you were gone way too long. I couldn't even force myself to look at her, just move my lips, trying to find some words. Yeah. There was way more work today, but it's whatever. The lie slipped off my tongue easily. Like possibly the kind of Brenda, little sister with the horror we witnessed, the omniscient of information to spare those you love is the best thing. Also, Looty Mouse. Yeah, absolutely. Trust me, I was thinking. Damn, such annoying idiots. I also had to stay at school longer than I wanted to today. They made me be on duty and clean the classroom. She snorted, crossing her arms, clearly pissed at the world for her misfortunes. She kept talking, and I finally dropped my backpack from my shoulders and turned to face my sister. She was gesturing a lot, eyes lively. Seemed like she really waited a long time for me and couldn't stop talking now. And it wasn't even my turn today. Just one girl didn't show up, and she was supposed to be on duty. She sighed, shaking her head. But at least I was paired with this one boy, Johnny. She rolled her eyes, and from the change of her voice, I knew I had to listen closer. He's kind of weird to me, but the other girls are all clinging on to him. I nodded, trying to be into it, even though my head was still a mess. I was trying to sort through. What the hell even happened to me today? That guy in the backyard. Could I have saved him? I don't even know anything. And that monster, just the thought of it, scares me. What? Huh? I blinked, pulling myself out of my thoughts. Well, he really creeps me out. Why? Like I said, he stares at me weird sometimes. She sighed and rolled her eyes. Melissa says Johnny has a secret crush on me, and that's why he can't look away. Oh, Nick, there you are. Okay, yeah, I thought I had a different name. Real. But I don't know. I just think he's a creep, and apparently other girls are into cute creeps like him. She scoffed, but then her eyes narrowed and her face took an expression of utter disbelief. Did she just notice I wasn't really listening? Hey, are you already zoning out? How should I react? Empathetic. I get it. It sucks to be in the situation. Apathetic. There's a lot of shit going on. Anxiety? Fuck. She noticed. Edginess? Yeah. Totally wasn't listening. Smile. Eloquence? Well, I'm in control. I slap my cheeks. I'm in control. No, I'm not. That's a joke to even think I'm in control of that. Very small details are so good here. I knew I had to listen closer, manually activating active listening as opposed to naturally, subconsciously doing so. Real. Yeah. We want that. But we don't have that. We're going to be a little edgy. We're going to be a little brash because we went through a lot. Anxiety dies down. And when anxiety dies down, sarcasm and such comes out. I heaved a sigh, my shoulders slumping. It was a pretty shitty day. So shitty I just want to sink my teeth into something and not let go. Anything. She looked at me with concern. I straightened up abruptly, realizing I really did feel like I was in a dream. Maybe you're hungry? But just so you know, you can forget about the popcorn. I ate it all while I was waiting for you. But I can fry you up some eggs real quick if you want. I suddenly realized I hadn't eaten in a long time. I had been lost somewhere between the deep exhaustion and primal terror. Actually, some Fridays would be great. Haley energetically headed to the kitchen, deftly grabbing a pan from the cupboard. She clearly wasn't wasting any time, as the first sounds of sizzling oil soon came from the kitchen. Meanwhile, I sank heavily into the couch and pulled out my smartphone. I can't keep obsessing over this. My brain is going to explode if I don't distract myself. With a muffled sigh, I opened my social media feed and started scrolling mindlessly, trying to relax. Payday's here. I don't care to react with that. 40% off ad. Skip. Our first concert in a month. Hope you're cool enough to show up. Ticket price? Yeah, as if. Say no to all bread. Yeah, this is what lives in your bread? Yeah. As if this person could even conceive what a real problem is right now. Drew a little kitty. I like to draw. Oh, 99 free draws? Well, sometimes I want to play a game, but nah. I'm trying to remember what weekends look like Monday. Oh, that's a heart react right there, isn't it? What's the comment section have to say? I look exactly like this right now. You know, I can retweet that. Let's comment. Can we? No? That's okay. Oh, you know, I'm in a better mood now. Looks cool. Time to give her phone a break? I guess so. How do we... Let's see. How do we give the phone a break now? There it is. Are you sure you want to continue? Yeah, I reacted. I did my thing. I'm feeling better. It's interesting to see someone put all this under a microscope and looking at the person looking under a microscope. Yeah, you get to see actually my reaction to things too, right? Where I genuinely like lighten up after seeing something that I relate to. Oh, crazy. Lycus would know, as he gets my For You page very often. Scrolling through posts wasn't very interesting. At least wasn't helping me get my mind off the oppressive thoughts. By the way, find the remote for the TV. I was just looking for it before you got here. Alright, I'll look for it. Finally, a reason to get distracted. Probably fallen somewhere again. Haley's favorite toy from her childhood. It's worn out, but still just important to her. Well, if I was a remote, where would I fall? Onto the table? Onto the console? We watched them together almost every evening. It was my turn to pick the movie, but rules don't apply to little sisters. Yeah. Monster is in the couch with the remote, betting 5 imaginary bucks on it. Real. It didn't used to have the glasses, which is exactly why it smells like super glue now. Is it in the plant? We try to keep it alive and water it regularly. Watch it be a fake plant. Strange. This definitely shouldn't be here. It looks like some kind of system vulnerability. I'll copy it and we can check it out later. Well. Hayes magazines. One of them is about all sorts of fashion stuff and scrapbooking. Ah, there it is. Ah, yeah, well, there it is. Now I just have to wait for Haley. Apples are cheap, healthy, and filling. Pretty much the perfect food for our budget. We're not exactly rolling in it when it comes to groceries, but we're not starving either. I used to think about cleaning a weekend to go out somewhere, but now that just feels distant. Is this man in a simulation? I know, right? Something's going on here. Anything else? No? You good? Huh, my birthday's in a couple months. Totally forgot about it. Oh. The wall was too empty for a long time, so a couple years ago I bought a canvas and painted something abstract to fill up the space. Yeah, eyes. Before I knew it, a plate with fried eggs appeared on the coffee table with a smiley face drawn in ketchup. Right after, Haley brought a second plate, this one with a little heart drawn in ketchup on the egg white. I got hungry too and made myself a second serving. So, ready to make it through a whole movie without falling asleep? I guess this means we're having fried eggs instead of popcorn. Haha. Yeah, that's pretty original. Okay, put your movie on. I got comfortable on the couch and made room for my sister. She sat down next to me and I felt my back press against the backpack I left here. That reminded me of something. By the way, here's your chocolate milk. I pulled the bottle from my backpack and Haley's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Oh, right, I was just thinking something was missing. I'll pour us some glasses. No, you eat, I'll get it. You already made us a whole dinner. She nodded up without looking up from her food, and I headed to the kitchen with the bottle of milk. Opening the cupboard, I took out 2 clean glasses. Didn't she say she left the glasses out? Anyway, looks like Haley did all the dishes again. She tries so hard to help me. I should try to spoil her more often. I poured the chocolate milk and added straws and headed back to the living room. When I put the glasses on the table, I noticed Haley's eggs had already almost vanished from her plate. Turned off lights and Haley grabbed the remote, hit a button, and the TV came to life. An hour and a half into the romantic comedy movie, I glanced over at Haley. Her eyes were red, and her cheeks were glistening with tears. On screen, the main character was leaving for the airport, unaware that his love interest was standing in the crowd, too hesitant to call out to him. No way. Her voice was trembling. Are they really never going to see each other again? Why couldn't she just go and tell him? Or at least run after him? Why did she stand there? Why did she just stand there crying? Despite her outrage, the next second, she whipped her face on her t-shirt collar and scoffed. Ah! What an idiot. She threw her hands up with such force that one of the couch cushions nearly went flying. Stupid movie. Okay, I'm making my friends watch this too. Oh, she's so real for that. I do that shit. This movie sucked. I want to see everybody else suffer. Anyway, but wasn't it terrible? She was already busy typing a message on her phone and answered me coolly without looking up from the screen. Yeah, the movie's a total train wreck. How could they pile on so much drama and then ruin the ending? Then why do you want her to watch this movie? Well, thank you, Isamu. Hey looked up from her phone a moment and gave me a look. As if I didn't get it at all. You don't get it at all, do you? I didn't get it at all. But it seemed this emotional chaos really did help distract me at least a little. Haley finished typing the message to her friend and quickly sent it, then suddenly turned her attention back to me as if remembering something important. Hey, by the way, you didn't fall asleep during the movie tonight. That doesn't happen often. Yeah, there's a very specific reason for that. After everything I saw today, I don't know how anyone could just fall asleep. But what should I tell her? Oof. Well, now we're in a good mood, but we're also... Anxiety is dwindled down. We're not functioning off of anxiety. We're not going to be edgy. We're still not in control as much as we want to be. We're not going to be apathetic. We've actually shifted to empathetic. Just tried really hard not to fall asleep today. I didn't want to upset you. Haley's face immediately soured as if I just confessed a terrible crime. So all those other times you weren't even trying, you just let yourself fall asleep with the slightest yawn? So I had to watch all the endings alone without being able to talk about them with someone right away? Well, okay, if the endings are awful as tonight's, I'd want to sleep through them too. But still... She's clearly about to elaborate, but I already saw where this was going and decided to act preemptively. As much as we want to be is interesting. I quickly stuck my hand in my backpack, felt around, pulled something out, and wrapped it and handed it to my sister. Her eyes lit up instantly. Oh, a nut bar! I'm so smart. I'm actually proud of myself. Look at that. I avoided the conversation I didn't want to be part of. She snatched it from my hand and took an eager bite, instantly forgetting what she was mad about. Girls. Half an hour later, I was in bed under the covers, but sleep wouldn't come. It was raining outside, and 100 thoughts were swirling in my head, giving me no chance to rest. Danny! In the next room, Haley was already asleep. I could hear her breathing softly, shifting in her sleep. Yeah, I was completely drained, but despite the exhaustion, every cell in my body refused to just fall asleep. What do I do now? Go to work like nothing happened? Ignore what I saw? No. I have to go back. I have to make sure it was real and not just my mind playing tricks on me. I reached for my phone and unlocked the screen. My fingers typed out a message to my dispatcher on their own. Hey, I need to call in sick for a day or two. Not feeling great. Don't think I should be working like this. The dispatcher replied almost instantly. Got it. Feel better. Wonder if he ever sleeps. I put my phone down and went back to staring at the ceiling. The scene playing out of my mind's eye. It wasn't new. It was like I'd seen it before. In my nightmares. Does that mean something? I was about to ponder it some more, but I didn't notice my thoughts slowly slipping away, blurring into indistinct images. And soon, I was drifting off to sleep. Asfo, thank you. After a while, I woke up gasping for air. My heart was pounding, and fragments of what happened swarmed in my mind. It was obvious I was going to have trouble sleeping after everything that had happened, so I wasn't surprised. I got out of bed, opened the window in my room, and the sudden cool draft instantly washed over me, bringing relief. After a deep breath, I realized I was thirsty and decided to go to the kitchen. Reaching the sink, I grabbed a clean glass from the top shelf. Cool glass felt nice in my palm. Then I held it under the stream of water, watching it fill to the brim with a quiet gurgle.
Turned off the water and leaned against the kitchen counter, downed the whole glass in a few big gulps. The cool water quenched my thirst instantly, bringing slight relief to my chest. It felt easier to breathe. I didn't really feel like sleeping anymore, though. Maybe I should just eat something. I'd barely eaten all day. I didn't even feel hungry either. I didn't feel much of anything except for just an oppressive anxiety that seemed to hang over everything. What's wrong with me? I sighed and put the glass in the sink. I really didn't want to think about tomorrow, otherwise I'd never get back to sleep. I found an untouched bag of chips in one of the cupboards. It's amazing Haley had devoured it yet. She usually gives my snack stash no quarter. I brought the bag closer. That explains it. Plain. No flavor. Haley only likes the chips with flavors that exist. I think I bought this bag to crush up for breading on some dish, but I never ended up finding the time to cook it. I opened the bag and took out a couple of chips, immediately popped them in my mouth. Slightly salty taste distracted me from my dark thoughts for a moment. Maybe watch some TV. Taking my newfound snack with me, I quietly... Oh, that definitely woke me up. Oh, it's me on the screen. Tune mode. The moment I sank into the couch, I sat right on the remote, accidentally turning on the TV. A loud noise immediately blared from the speakers. I quickly lowered the volume so it wouldn't wake up Haley. Luckily, she's a heavy sleeper, otherwise she'd be standing indoor right about now, squinting unhappily. That's the shit you'd watch, real. Some retro cartoon was playing on the TV. Pretty cute. Ate a few more chips from the bag on my lap and decided to see what else was on. Hoping to find something more interesting, or at least distracting. I haven't seen cartoons like this in a long time. They're so naive and wholesome, but maybe we'll see what's on the other channels. That creature's wandering around out there somewhere. I can't believe monsters are real. You got scared too? Though, of course, you're not afraid of anything, Agent Jeff. You're the most fearless of all. Our city will never be the same for me again. We have a nice kitchen. Thanks to our parents for that. One time Haley saw a recipe for baked Alaska online. We had to clean ice cream out of the oven for afterwards. Real answer. Wish I had even a fraction of coolness. I could really use it right now. Close the curtains, yeah. Commercials. For some reason, a bitter taste filled my mouth. I quickly shifted back to the other cartoon. I felt a little better immediately. I leaned back against the couch and looked up at the ceiling. At least cheerful music played in the background. Different thoughts started racing through my head. Pretty intrusive ones. No matter how hard I tried to distract myself from what happened, I couldn't escape my own internal monologue. Oh. Here we are. We're back. So we've had a pretty busy day, haven't we? And we went from being a very cold and unforgiving person to warming up to our little sister, because that's the only thing we have that, well, pulls us out of it. Crazy to think, yet we were being so biased against it all. So, detachment is back. Bravery is back. Cynicism. Ooh, fun. Alright. Intelligence. Okay. I think it lights up. They light up when you chose one that led to them. There it is. Now we know. See, look it. We're learning. Alright. So. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, right? Different colors, exactly. Cynicism. That's more in the front of my head. Detachment. Right now, I'm not feeling very detached. I do, but I don't, because I've got my little sister here. So currently, that's at the back of my mind. Bravery. I'm trying to be brave, but it's sitting. Fear is definitely leading right now. Intelligence. Not really smart right now, am I? I don't think I am. Alright. Let's see what the cynicism leads to. Nothing. Cold's back. Let's go through it. Loneliness is back. Blue screen. Calmer colors. Yeah. Because we're home. Fear. I like the almost Silent Hill music. Understanding. Understanding. We're definitely not understanding. Cold. We're not speaking cold anymore. We've warmed up quite a bit. Cold is sitting at the back of our mind right now. Loneliness. We're not even thinking about anything that other people are doing. This loneliness is almost external behind us right now. Oh, really, Asfo? It is an interesting one. Anything on fear? No. So. Let's focus through. Pain. Escape. Alright. So now we're shifting. Yet nothing in the center of your mind, almost devoid. Exactly, Roxy. I was thinking it and I didn't even say it. Thank you. So. Fear is going to be our leader right now. Currently, we're functioning through fear. That's where we are right now. Pain didn't come to us. We're experiencing it, but externally, essentially through somebody else. Escape is definitely somewhere we want to be right now. And it might just drift, but we'll see as it continues. Oh, really, Aso? Yeah? Let's see if anything comes from cynicism. So far, nothing on escape either. Alright, fear, pain. Even more anxiety? I'll just explode. My nerves are already stretched to the breaking point like strings. Loneliness. Let's see. Alright, we're getting through it already. Pain again, we'll focus on that later. Intelligence, understanding, attachment. Anything else? Sickness is back. Detachment. Alright. Oh, I didn't read what was said. Exactly, yes. Cool mechanic. Not seen something like this before. It's really neat, isn't it? Like, it literally is a way to see what you think. So, sickness. What do we have through sickness right now? Sickness is kind of sitting on us. Paranoia. Paranoia is definitely going to be up here again for now. We'll move it as things evolve. So now we're working through fear and paranoia. So now we're going to start mingling that and see what turns out because of our paranoia, if anything at all. It's free too? It is free. Yes, it is. Therapy, the mechanic. Real. So, functioning through fear, functioning through paranoia. Nothing has came through this yet, which is fine. Numbness. Anything that comes through numbness. Composure. We're definitely not composed. Relaxation. That's what we want. That's what we want really bad. Functioning through our core values right now. Insight. Memories. Can we gain any insight through any of that? Eh? What cake? Yeah. Connection. Bitterness. I feel all the time, not only in my mouth. Influence is back. Lie. I know what Roxy's thinking, and I'm waiting for it. Friends. Okay. Okay. Let's see. On this. Alright, let's sort. I'm getting a lot that's going here right now. So, fear and paranoia. That's our governing force right now. Cynicism, escape, that's on our frontal. That's what we want. Coldness, detachment, understanding, composure. That's all in the back of our mind. It's there. Subconsciously, we want it. We're experiencing pain, but I do enjoy being so predictable. yeah, Roxy, because you know where this is going. Lie is going to go right into our center. So, friends, we are in the same way. Friends and loneliness, we are so externally removed from that, we're not even thinking about it. We're not thinking about either of those things right now. Influence. Sickness. Fear, paranoia, sickness. We're going down the list. It's kind of funny how it's moving right now. We got a lot going on up here. That's going to be our big thing. Because we know we're scared. We're aware of it. We know we're paranoid. And we know it is an effect we're going through right now. We're going to lie to ourselves. Just lie to ourselves. Lie through the pain. So, let's focus on what lie brings, and then we'll continue to sort from there. The music's really pretty. It really is. It reminds me of the theme of Laura from Silent Hill 2, and I love that theme. Parents. I miss them. Everything would have been so much better if not for that day. I can barely remember it. Lie about the fear. Lie about the paranoia. Lie about the sickness. Lie about anything. No? Lie is cleared. Oh yeah, no, I can hear that too. Real. I know plenty of secrets. Loads, actually. But without proof or documentation, they're not worth a thing. Trust but verify. Words not as bright as they were initially, as if dimming a bit as things progress. Kind of how thoughts get lost in a moment. Yeah. Let's see what we got. Anything we can escape into? Secrets. Ooh. Secrets has shown up. Secrets, secrets, secrets. What goes better with a lie than secrets? Let's see what we got. So, we're still going to be focusing through pain. Let's lens it. Wisdom. Pain and intelligence breeds wisdom. True to that. What else does pain bring us? So right now, again, we are functioning through the pain factor. Secrets, be still my heart. Yeah, secrets. Let's see what secrets bring. Friends and loneliness go very well with lies and secrets and pain. A lot goes with lies, a lot goes with secrets. Anything can be a secret. I know Roxy's gonna predict a movement that's gonna happen. I want to type it to Roxy, but I'll type it to Lycus instead. There we go. I have sent it to Lycus. Alright. Now then. Okay, sequence is stuck where it is. Okay. Alright, let's sort a little bit more. Relaxation. We want it. Oh, we want it. We want it, but it's along in the back of our mind. That is the things we need. Bravery. Are we being brave right now? I definitely don't think so. Bravery is not forced by anybody else right now. I can agree with that, real Lycus. That bravery... Hold on to that bravery. You will see it. I'm going to put it right here for now. Memories. Memories are our pain right now. So I'm going to move this. So, cynicism escape, we want that. Right now, these memories and pain are driving forces. So I'm going to put these externally. Even though they are internally, they happen to us. We are affected by them more than we are creating them in our own head. So I'm going to put memories and pain externally. Alright. Let's see what memories has. Memories and wisdom. We're not using wisdom by any means right now, so it'll stay where it is until I find somewhere for it. Nothing. Alright. Memories is probably going to play the family when we get there. It's going to be an interesting one to see how it evolves and moves. If we had the ability to be read like this every day, wouldn't that be nice? I believe in it. It would be very revealing, unfortunately. But it would be cool to just have everything laid out. Then you can just see where I am. Alright, let's go through loneliness. Loneliness and wisdom are two happy people hand in hand, aren't they? Let's see. On this. Site. We're gonna go through our main list here, see if anything spawns up because of it. Nothing. Okay, anything new with lies? Anything new with secrets? Nope. Wisdom. Now let's start applying. So, now we're in this phase. We have nowhere else to move. What is your brain going to do? Wisdom, intelligence, influence. Interesting is this exercise being visually displayed as something you can actually do to sort your thoughts. It's called compartmentalizing. Yes, it is such a wonderful thing. I love compartmentalizing. You're going to see the move, and Roxy's going to see that move coming from a million miles away, and it's going to be amazing. So, now we are stuck. We don't have anything new that came up. We have all these things that are sitting with us. We're still going through memories and pain. What do we do? What do we do? We're going to lie to ourselves. We're going to hold our secrets, but we're going to pull from the wisdom that we have. And we're going to see if anything comes new because of it. Hopefully something does. If not, then, well. Well, looks like we're not getting much of anything from wisdom. So we're going to have to keep going down our list of movements here. Wisdom, pain. Nope. Alright, so now we're going to go down to intelligence. Wisdom, Intelligence. People think they're interchangeable. Not exactly. Sorry. Let's see. Nothing. Alright. Influence. Cynicism? No. What can we do? What can we do? Asphalt, the way you do it? Oh, manipulation spawned in. Hello. Where'd you come from? Alright. Here we are again with a manipulation. We manipulated ourselves last time, remember? Absolutely not interchangeable. Thank you. So, manipulation, we used that to influence ourselves last time, and look what happened. We crumbled over time trying to be bitter and cold. Nope. So, manipulation is going to be a funny one. It's going to be free-floating. It's a free-floating radical. That's a second. So now we're going to manipulate with bravery, manipulate the memories, manipulate the pain. We're just going to go through the list with manipulation right now and see what we can get out of it. Because we're internalizing right now. This is our internalizing mindset. Yeah, you like that? Manipulation of numbness is coldness. Attachment. Understanding. It's not about being more eloquent. It's about being eloquent with the right people. Real. Alright, manipulation. Look at that. We're avoiding the center. You see that? We'll get there. We'll get there. Can we manipulate anything besides the center too? Alright. Manipulate? No. Manipulate? No? Okay. Not working anything. Shh, don't reveal my secrets. For real, isn't it great? Alright, we're gonna go back. Let's see. Anything on our main 4? Nope. Anything on our secrets? Anything on our lie? Nope. What are we missing? Relaxation? Look at how all these like wonderful ones are all sitting together. Relaxation with any of these? Huh, as if. But we'll try it anyway, just in case. In case anything can crop up from it, which I doubt. Vigilance! Oh my god. Look at that. Relaxation and fear is vigilance! Ooh. Here we are, here we are. Okay, okay. Now we're gonna move things around a little bit, just a tiny bit. So we're gonna put this, we're gonna blind ourselves with this currently. Hee hee. Yeah, we'll get it. Alright. Now we're going to focus through here. Let's try to go through our main 4 with it. Nothing, nothing. Okay, look at the pain. Anything? No? Vigilance, yeah. Perception! We have perception! Notice strange details and things out of place. Pay attention to the little things others miss. Maybe someone's lying right now and you don't even realize it. Use your perception. Assess the situation. Read between the lines. By the way, did you notice the typo in here? Yeah, Roxy, do you see it? Is everybody reading? Are you reading right now? It hurts to see it. All right. Vigilance, vigilance. Let's keep going. I see it. Yeah. Okay. Nothing new, nothing new. Okay, we're moving. We're getting something. We got perception, and a lot of people would be really happy with that. Because I could be perceptive and do everything. Get out of here. You gotta be more than just perceptive to fight your way out of something. Okay. I'm just heading home from work. Yippee. Real. Alright. Paranoia, you gonna bring anything? No? Okay. Scape. Alright, now I'm gonna function through it. Let's see what we got. Anything new? No. And see, you just gotta tab through. You gotta tab through. You gotta organize. Alright, I think that's where we're gonna go. So now we're gonna make a movement. Alright. Roxy! This is for you! Oh. Dum bum bum bum! Memories and pain are here affecting us as an external force we are going through. These memories and pain are stopping us from everything that we're doing. We are being cynical, we're looking for escape, we're going through lies and secrets in our own head, trying to sort out any of the thoughts. We're functioning and moving through fear, paranoia, and our own mental sickness that we are currently facing. Friends, loneliness, who gives a shit about that? That's so far behind us. Being cold, being detached, being understanding, being composed, relaxation, that's all something we want, but we are not going to be able to get at the moment. Wisdom, intelligence, and influence, even if to ourselves, is still something that we are utilizing to try to make moves in our head. Manipulation is something that we are holding in the back of our throat, because this manipulation is going through one thing alone right now, because throughout all this time, in the back of our head, in the back of our mind, the bravery for our little sister is affecting us right now. And bravery is going to move secrets. And secrets is going to move to our mouth. Because we're keeping secrets. We are telling nothing to our little sister. But now we are focusing on these two things that are the worst two things you could be focusing on in any sort of situation like this. We're going to believe in our lies. We're going to hold our lies as our main core value. We're going to function through being brave for the effect of somebody else. We're going to manipulate the truth, and we're going to give nothing but secrets the entire time. Brave enough to lie. Exactly, Roxy. That's where we go. I don't know if I have enough insight, but I can definitely boast about my perception. My head was overloaded with events. Too much had happened in the last few hours. I completely lost the desire to watch TV. I finished the bag of chips and threw the empty bag in the kitchen trash, then headed back to my room. Lying in bed, I decided to check the news on my phone. I scrolled through the feed a few times, scanning the headlines. No articles about a monster roaming the city. No strange incidents that could be related to it. I don't know if I was hoping there would be any, or if I was hoping there would. I should try to get some more sleep. One day, you'll find peace, just like they did. Though you can't know that for sure. You don't really know anything, do you? You don't even know where their bodies are. How long will you keep pretending you remember nothing? It's time to stop. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop forgetting. What? That's not supposed to happen. Most likely the security system spotted our suspicious activity and kicked us out while it was gathering data. We need to regain control quick by cracking the code. Okay, the code is made up of number pairs. The second digit of each pair is the first digit of the next one. Should be easy enough. Okay. So is there... Let's try... 5. Get out of here, Nix. Alright. 3. Okay. Let's see. Demonic Lemon. Okay. Second number in the pair, start of the first one, it said. I see, yeah. If you need the answer, let me know. We got this. I see the answer. Alright. Redacted, yeah. Interesting. See, puzzles are funny. Puzzles are funny for me because I'm like, what? Started correct the first time. Okay. Mm-hmm. You're watching me be like, enjoy the moment of me being like, huh. See how you try to figure it out. Real. Okay. Four. There you go. Right? We're learning. I don't have a 9 though. Now. Okay, so it's got to end on 9. Okay. Okay. So it's got to be... These two got to be last. Okay. All right. 0, 0. Look at the 3. Okay. So that's the last one. Okay, okay. 0. What? Did I mess that up? I think I did. I don't have a 3. Wow. You're working through puzzles backwards. Kip's the funny one. Hee. Alright. so that's definitely gonna be it. What number did I not choose? Oh, did I do it again? I did. Okay. Lines up for our thought processes. Smile. We work from the end. All right. I'm being silly. I'm choosing the wrong number. Okay. One legendary garden, the western extremity of the world, producing golden apples. Two, the number of nymphs in classical mythology who guard the aid of dragon and garden in which golden apples grow. Real. Yeah? This explains much of what we did together. Real. Alright. Yeah, because, like, there's our 3. I just gotta, like, start going through the number combinations, because, like, I'll try 8, 5. 2, 9, 0, 7, 4, 1, 6, 6, 3. Alright, this is a bit trickier. Alright. Seven. Okay, so it's gonna end on 7. There's that, that. What's this? What? Welcome back, Tibby. Let's go back with it. 4 0 0 5 5 8 8 2 2 1 3 5. What? What am I? 0. Okay, so it's gotta end in 7. Okay, it's gotta end in 7. Alright. What's 4? 0. 5. 8 8 2 2 1 9 3 5 7. Got it. Cool. Alright, to find some weird rogue data. Let's see what we can squeeze out of it. Maybe some secret files hiding nearby. Wouldn't want to be in this guy's shoes. Yeah. Alright, let's see it. Ugh. Lately, I've been feeling kind of incomplete, I guess. I used to love doing scientific research, especially in microbiology and hybrid DNA checks. In college, they even called me the best student of my generation, though honestly, I always felt like they were exaggerating, or maybe I just couldn't believe it was true. And now I can't shake one question. Where is the best student now? And why is that for 3 years since graduating? I still can't find a decent job. I honestly can't even remember last time I worked on any kind of research. I used to have passion, that drive to find answers. Now it all just feels gone. Sometimes I wonder if I should just focus on something else. Other people find happiness in family, hobbies, travels. I don't know. Sigh, whatever. I've noticed it really helps when I talk things through like this. Can I extend our sessions? I think I really need this right now. That's called executive dysfunction. Anyway. I expect some dusty old archive projects, but this PC just synced the folder straight from our database. Golden apple. Creepy thing. He's cool, but gives me the bloody creeps. Little devil. There's nothing human left in him. The worst of the lot. They're pretty cute. They finally finished it. So many years of development testing. Sounds creepy, but it's actually useful. Prometheus. I don't want to be alive till they finish this project. Oh, the golden apple folder, as if on cue. Real. Definitely more when I clicked on it from my own PC. Guess not everything synced properly. Everyone thinks this is just about computers. How wrong they are. Often used for dismissals, if you're lucky. The prototype. It was primitive. Worse than the first one. Much worse. This one was a sudden success. Everyone's cheering. It felt like the goal was almost within reach. Me working on avatars. Too submissive. Too stupid. Showed no initiative. Not plausible enough. Too weird. This is exactly why I wear a mask. Oh, I've got access to this one. Not that I want to look. Seen enough already. Well, I want to look. This definitely isn't all of them. I wonder how much he gets paid. Kind of dull right now. I'm going to put on something from my favorite playlist. Yeah? Wait, where's V4? Cool. Always follows him around. Yeah. Well, there's V4 right there, yeah. V4 was a total failure. Mike! Seems like a professional, but worse than me at everything. This guy's the best. I know what she really wants. Hello? Definitely can't end up on here. A necessary sacrifice. I almost worked back then, but they covered it all up. I can't believe he's back. He got what he deserved. He's just a pawn in someone else's game, nothing more. First step, it all started with her. Alright, I'm asleep. Good night, Resi. Good luck. They'll need it. He had massive potential. Toning down the danger from the last version was a smart move. Maybe they'll still find some use for him. Others. Everyone was connected to us, just in any way. Whoa. Is actually something in here? No way. Romance. Chat logs. This explains a few things. Connecting to secure server success. Login successful, W. Welcome. Fallnet Office Chat version 1.67. 1994. Initiating private chat with MU success. Hey, Mike. What's clogged up this time? No, everything's fine. I just wanted to ask something. What is it? A couple of people here told me you're a good artist. I already know where this is going. Well, let's say, yeah. The thing is, I was just hired, and I still don't have a profile icon in the company application. Would you be so kind as to draw one for me? Alright, boss man. Wait, could you draw me looking really cool? Like a close-up of some attention movie hero? I want to make the right impression. Okay? What does the K mean? It means okay, like, sure, I'll do it. Ah, I see. Thank you very much. Okay, done. MU sent file. This is amazing! Am I getting a bonus for this? I'll try to think of something. The boss has been in a good mood lately, so it could very well be K. Session terminated. Well, there it is. There's the really cool mood. Someone's best left alone. Don't need to be leaving extra footprints right now. So we need to be right. Here's a password for that memory file. I wish we're here in a sense, but yes, no, yeah. Log into VR chat. He found the Yowie folder. Real. Well, we're back. The bathroom door was closed, and from behind it came the distinct sound of water rushing through the pipes. It's been over 40 minutes since Haley locked herself in there. I need to use the bathroom. Suddenly the sound of water stops. Couldn't believe my luck as the bathroom door flew open. And out runs Haley. She immediately runs towards the kitchen, paying almost no attention to me. She quickly grabs a rack sandwich from the table and shoves it in her backpack. Crap, I'm already late. I gotta run. Yeah, I'm not surprised. She gives me a quick glance without stopping, and before I can say anything, she's already rushing around the apartment, getting dressed and ready to go. Alright, I'm off. See ya. And with that, she disappears out the front door, slamming it loudly behind her. Silence falls over the apartment again, and I finally have a chance to get into the bathroom. Half an hour later, I was standing by the front door, pulling on my jacket and adjusting my backpack. The morning dragged on, lazy and routine, as if yesterday had never happened. POV kept putting on the headset. Real. But nothing was routine. I couldn't get yesterday out of my head. My sense of reality was becoming more and more fragile, like thin ice under my feet. Maybe if I just forget it, stop thinking about it, it'll all fade away on its own. Maybe I should just erase this incident from my memory and pretend nothing happened. I took a deep breath, trying to convince myself that this was the right thing to do. I blinked, clinging to reality. No, something's definitely wrong with me. But it's not just my mind playing tricks, it was real. I can't get it out of my head. I can't pretend nothing happened. I know the truth. After taking a deep breath, I put my hand on the doorknob. Time to go. After driving to yesterday's delivery spot, I killed the engine and slid off my scooter, my heart pounding in my chest. There it is. The house. Ah, real Roxy. It's the impending doom sense. Standing before me, just like yesterday. I took a deep breath, trying to collect my thoughts. I don't know why I'm so nervous. Actually, I probably do. Maybe because I don't know which outcome is worse. Finding that monster really did commit a murder here, or realizing that none of it happened and was all just a figment of my imagination. Neither option was particularly appealing. I clenched my fists, feeling my fingers tremble with tension. I'm already here. It's too late to turn back. Glancing around, I stepped forward, approaching the doorstep. The tension inside me grew with every step, as if the air itself was heavier here. I stopped in front of the door and took a deep breath. It took some effort to lower my gaze. There was blood here yesterday. I remember the dark stains spreading across the ground, soaking the stone and grass, and the grocery bag had dropped somewhere around here. But now, nothing. Not a single trace was left. No brown stains, no washed out liquid marks, not even the slightest hint that anything had happened here at all. The delivery bag? Gone too. It can't be. I gritted my teeth, chill running down my spine. My hand rose on its own and I clenched into a fist. I knocked on the door, listening for the slightest sounds from within. Silence. After waiting for about a minute, I haven't heard a hint of movement. I knocked again loud this time. Hollow, hollow knock echoed in the emptiness. No. Now walking quickly, I strode around the corner of the house, heading for the backyard. My stomach clenched in anticipation. I was hoping to see something, anything to confirm that last night was real. Rounded the corner sharply, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. A normal lawn, slightly flattened grass, a few empty pots by the wall, and an old garden table. Everything looked as if nothing had happened ever happened here. But I knew for a fact that a person was lying here yesterday. Huh, the insides look quite expensive. There's absolutely nothing here. No single trace of blood. Garden table and chair. The backyard looks so normal, as if nothing happened here yesterday. I wonder what could have happened if I tried to attack that creature yesterday. Maybe I should ask one of the neighbors if they know anything about the guy who lives here, or lived. Door's open, just like yesterday. An open back door usually means somebody's in the house. I expected to see something. Disturbed earth, dried blood, at least a few broken pots. But there was nothing. I stood there, my fingers digging into the backpack straps, feeling sweat begin to bead on my forehead. I froze. It was the front door, the one I'd been knocking on just a minute ago. Knocking just like my heart was now. Hey, who's out there? Who are you? I spun around and hurried back to the front of the house. A short, elderly man was standing on the porch. His face was sour and disgruntled, as if he'd just been yanked from a peaceful existence. Sorry, that was me. I knocked, but no one answered, so I decided to check the backyard. The other man squinted and crossed his arms over his chest. You just knocked too quietly. Didn't eat enough as a kid, I bet. Look how scrawny you are. I glanced down at myself instinctively. So, what'd you go snooping around in the backyard for? I swallowed, trying to look natural. Well, I thought maybe someone was in the back and couldn't hear me knocking. Ah, right. So, what'd you come here for anyway? I opened my mouth, but suddenly realized I didn't know what to say. The words were stuck in my throat. Though my grunted as if he's already figured it all out. You're here for Cole, I guess. I nodded quickly. Yeah. I just want to see if he's feeling okay. So, you don't know where he is either. There was irritation in his voice, but it didn't seem to be aimed at me. I felt my stomach clench again. He's missing. Just vanished. Could I have been the last one to see him? I need to say something, and it better be convincing. How should I react to this? Empathetically? No. There's no empathy here to be shared. Apathetic? No. We're not going through apathy because we're here. We've made our choice to come here. Anxiety? I am freaking out a little bit, but I can hold it for a second. Edginess? I'm not confident enough right now. Eloquence? No. In no way. Perception. We've seen things around us. We've witnessed things around us. Keep it together. Wow, Mike, I'll see you. Perception. I took a closer look at him. Well past middle age and a light-colored jacket and worn-out boots. Everything about him screamed that he belonged here. This was his house. That meant the other guy was just a tenant. Listen, I don't know where he is, but honestly, it looks like he just skipped out. Maybe he didn't want to pay rent. Man's eyebrows shot up. Well, seems like that. I called him all evening yesterday, but he never picked up, and he promised to pay yesterday. So I came by this morning to sort it out, and he's not even here. Plus, there was some trash bag laying at the front of the house, and the backyard was a mess. I tensed up, so it seems the grocery bag really was on this porch. And what did he mean by mess in the backyard? Did something happen in the backyard? Something weird? Old gave me a slightly suspicious look, though. It was more out of general annoyance than because of my question. Yeah, it was a total disaster back there. I held my breath involuntarily. It was like the garden table was flipped over somehow, and a bunch of trash bags were thrown around. One of the pots was missing. That was not what I was expecting to hear. No blood, no gore, no signs of a struggle, just trash and an overturned table. Still, it's something. So you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The man shrugged, crossing his arms. Well, if you ignore the fact that my tenant skipped out on his rent, then no, nothing particularly strange. Just packed his things and took off without a word. The parasite. Wait, he took his things? He looked at me as if surprised by the stupidity of my question. Well, why wouldn't he take them? If you're gonna run, might as well not travel light. If he left everything, at least I could have sold some of it, got some money at a pawn shop since he couldn't be bothered to pay his rent. I nodded, trying to process this new information. Got it. Thanks for telling me. Old man grunted, scratching his stubble. Listen, you wouldn't happen to need a place to live, would you? Since you came looking for him, you were probably friends, right? The place is free now. Cash up front and is yours. Thank you, but no, I have a place to live. But I'll let you know if anything changes. Shame. Well, see you then. I turned and started walking slowly down the path. My thoughts a tangled mess, refusing to form a coherent picture. Something isn't right here. The tenant disappeared. Left. Took all his things. On the surface, nothing strange. People do that, especially people who don't want to pay rent, I guess, but I saw what I saw. A body. Blood everywhere. It was so real. And even if I assume it was just a trick of my overworked mind, then who placed the order for that address? If the tenant skipped town with all his stuff, who put an order for a grocery delivery? The anxiety inside me is growing. I can't connect a single logical thread. What do I do now? The thoughts spun in my head. I tried to hold in some line of reasoning, but the more I thought, the more confused I got. I was trying to sort it all out. My feet started moving all of their own. I paced back and forth on the sidewalk, feeling tension build in my chest. Maybe I should ask the neighbors? I slowed my pace, glancing around the surrounding houses. Maybe knock on someone's door, ask if they know the guy who lived here. Maybe heard something. A man in a suit, spying through someone's window. And now he's looking at me. I hesitated for a second, but quickly realized the best way to find something out is just ask. I walked towards him. The man clearly didn't expect me to approach. He tensed slightly, looked away, and instinctively adjusted his tie as if trying to appear more confident. I stepped away from him. Hello. Do you live here? He stared at me intently, without blinking, for several long seconds. No, but it's not what it looks like. Oh yeah, absolutely, Roxy. Isn't that what everyone says when they're caught doing something like this? Then, what were you doing? Oh, he's got the N. The man paused, as considering whether he should say anything. The thing is, if I tell you why I was trying to track someone here, you wouldn't believe me. I felt a chill run through me. Could it be you saw it too? He froze. His gaze snapped into focus on me as if he just heard something important. Saw? What exactly? I swallowed. Everything inside me was screaming no. I knew if I said it out loud, there would be no going back. I hope he doesn't think I'm crazy. A monster. His eyes widened and he whispered. A big, black monster with eyes all over its body. My knees went weak. It can't be. It's all real. I grabbed my head, feeling relief and terror at the same time. I'm not crazy. That means I can trust my own eyes. Yes, you saw it too? What do you know about it? Where did it come from? The man quickly raised a hand. Okay. Quiet. He glanced around quickly as if checking to see if anyone else was listening, then looked at me seriously. Too many questions at once. I can answer them all, but shall we find somewhere more private? I took a deep breath, trying to pull myself together. Okay. My name's Bint. Bint Malay. I held out my hand. He hesitated, looking at it as if he'd never seen one before, but took my hand in his own, and he shook it. My name is Kane. Kane Weaver. A pleasure to meet you. He glanced around again and frowned. Right, so, where should we go? I thought for a second, then it hit me. Maybe I can invite you back to my place. I live in this neighborhood not too far from here. He considered my offer for a moment, then nodded. I suppose that would be acceptable. I walked briskly back to my scooter, glancing at Kane as he followed with a pensive look on his face. When I stopped next to my scooter, he seemed to freeze as well, clearly not expecting this mode of transportation. What is this? I followed his gaze, not understanding what had flustered him. It's my delivery scooter. There should be enough room for both of us to get to my apartment. Kane stared at the vehicle in silence for a moment, then slowly nodded, as if trying to process the situation. So, we'll have to ride this thing. Interesting. He let out a quiet sigh as if resigning himself to his fate and carefully sat down on the back of the delivery scooter, then looked at me expectantly. Nemo, coming with a raid? Hi, Nemo. Thank you for bringing everybody in. Welcome in, everyone. It's great to have you here. We're currently reading Aim to Capture. This is a brand new horror visual novel, and it's a very intriguing one at that. My name's Keep Kingdom. I'll be your reader today, and we'll be going for quite a little bit longer until I have to get ready because I have a voice recording session to do today for voice acting. Hooray! So this is my warm-up. Smile. But great to see you, Nemo. Always wonderful to see you here. Mwah. Appreciate you. Let me give you a shout out here. There we go. Everybody be sure to get in there and give Nemo a loving follow. They are a wonderful creator, they're a wonderful person, and they're, well, particularly really cute, so go pinch their cheeks for me. Alright. Seems he doesn't like to waste time. I climbed onto the front seat, pulled the keys from my pocket, and put them in the ignition. 'Twas slaving away, figuring out world lighting for a new world for VR chat. Nemo, that is too real. Please take a break. Absolutely, yeah. Get a break, get some water, chill out, get yourself like a bagel and some cream cheese. I don't know why, but that sounds so good right now. I climbed onto the front seat, pulled the keys from my pocket and put them in the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, breaking the street silence with a steady hum. Kane grunted from behind me. Well, what do you know? This thing isn't a toy. I was sure it wouldn't even hold both of us. Well, don't worry. I can handle it. My backseat's held a hell of a lot more. Kane blushed slightly. Oh, alright. He hesitantly raised his hands, then gently placed them on my sides, trying to be as unobtrusive as possible. I felt his grip tighten for a moment as the scooter lurched forward. Seemed he wasn't quite prepared for this kind of ride. And here we are. I killed the engine and smoothly put down the kickstand, feeling Kane slowly release his grip and carefully slide off the seat. He straightened his suit and gave me a scrutinizing look. I silently nodded towards the entrance of the building, invited him to follow me. At the entrance, I gave a brief greeting to the concierge. As usual, he looked up from the newspaper, gave us a passing glance, but said nothing. I reached for the elevator doors and pressed the call button. Quiet chimes sounded and doors slid smoothly apart. Kane carefully stepped over the threshold, hands in his pockets, and glanced around the inside of the elevator for a moment before fully stepping inside. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why everyone's pitching in here. What? He gave an awkward cough and looked away. Ah, it's nothing. I pressed the button for my floor and the doors closed, leaving us in the confined space. We were silent for a few seconds while the cheesy elevator music played, making everything a bit more awkward. With a sigh, I decided to ask, Did you really see the same monster I did? Yes, that's right. I gritted my teeth involuntarily. Was he just messing with me? Kane narrowed his eyes slightly, giving me an appraising look as if studying my every reaction. I can see you're doubtful. You probably want more proof. To say I was doubtful would be an understatement. Not because I didn't believe him, but because I didn't know what to believe anymore. It's not that I'm doubtful. I don't know what to think about any of this. I understand, but I promise I will answer your questions, and I hope you will answer mine. Yeah, of course. The low hum of the elevator filled the car for a moment. We were both silent as it continued its ascent. Suddenly, the elevator doors slipped open. It seems we've arrived. Without another word, he stepped out first into the hallway. I hesitated for a second before following him, feeling a slight chill run down my spine as we walked towards my apartment. There's something about this guy that scares me a little. When we entered the apartment, I closed the door behind us. Kane glanced around briefly as if he couldn't care less where he was. He just walked straight ahead in his polished shoes and sat right down on the couch. I followed him, taking a seat in the armchair nearby. His movements were quick and confident, as if he's practiced being so striking. I wonder where he works. He just radiates a sense of success. So, I don't even know where to start. Where does this monster come from? How dangerous is it? Why does it look like that? Maybe. Kane frowned slightly, raised a hand, and took a deep breath. Not so fast, please. I nodded, bit my tongue, and just watched him. He clearly was in no rush to speak. A short but palatable silence hung in the room, which I decided to break again. How do I start? Empathy? I don't know him. There is no empathy to be given here, not even sympathy. Apathy? I care too much about the situation. Anxiety? I would be anxious, but his confident air in me right now means he has answers. Edginess? I wouldn't dare to be edgy about it. Hello, quiz. Funny, but no. Eloquence would not be it. Perception. Let's be perceptive. You know, you seem pretty well off, and I don't quite understand. Don't quite understand what? I don't quite understand why someone who clearly has money is running around backyards trying to investigate something himself. He looked away, embarrassed, and gave a wry smirk. Yeah, you're right. I'm clearly overdressed for this. Still, let's get down to business. Can you tell me what you saw? I closed my eyes for a second and rubbed my temples. My head still feels heavy, though not as much as yesterday. But the feeling of being out of sorts has gone away. I worked delivery, and yesterday my last address was right near where I saw you today. No one answered the door, and I heard a strange sound from the backyard. Kane's expression changed. He no longer looked relaxed. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, as if hanging on my every word. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I narrowed my eyes. That was a pretty vague answer. Then, allow me to ask, what exactly you know? I'd like to take turns asking questions, if you don't mind. Fine. I suppose that's fair. He loosened his tie slightly and adjusted his collar. I know that the young man living in that house was knocked to the ground and slashed with claws by a huge black monster that looked like something supernatural, at least to normal people. That's it. That's exactly what I saw. I couldn't help but sigh in relief, so he wasn't lying to me. Kane noticed my reaction and tilted his head slightly, sizing me up. So, it's my turn to ask a question now, correct? Yeah, that's right. So, can you describe in more detail what exactly you saw? What exactly, or what did this monster look like? Yeah, Jackson? His gaze was intense, studying me. He was waiting for an answer, but it didn't seem to be out of simple curiosity. There was an urgency in his voice, as if something important depended on my description. I didn't get a long enough look to remember everything in detail, but I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts. The image was still fresh in my mind, but my brain seemed to refuse to break it down, afraid of reliving that moment. It was like a hellish mix of eyes, teeth, and claws, all covered in black tar. It almost looked like its body and face were melting. Every time I blinked, its shape seemed to shift slightly. I rubbed my temples again, feeling an unpleasant tension growing inside of me. Kane nodded, his expression turning pensive for a moment. Then he let out a slow breath. So, you really did see it. That's unfortunate. What? Why is it unfortunate? Kane looked at me and raised an eyebrow as if weighing how serious I was. Is that your question? Yeah? He smirked, but I couldn't tell if it was out of friendliness. Fine. It's unfortunate because you shouldn't be getting involved in this. This knowledge is incredibly dangerous. He suddenly stood up from the couch, his expression hardening. Taking a few steps towards the end table, he reached out and picked up a photo frame. He stared at it for a few seconds, and his fingers tapped lightly on the glass before turning the frame towards me. If I were you, I'd be worried for your life. I looked at the photo. Haley, are you sure you want to get mixed up in all this? 'Cause can't you just go on with your life as if nothing happened? I don't even know what to say. I guess I could try to forget about it, pretend I just imagined it, but those nightmares, they were coming to me even before last night. I don't know if I can actually forget, even if I try really hard. Kane watched me intently, as if weighing my words, then slowly nodded. My next question. What do you have to do with this monster? He came closer and sat back down on the couch, folding his hands in front of him. I'm surprised it took you this long to ask that. It's the first thing that comes to mind, isn't it? The fact is, I've been tracking that monster for some time. You could say I work for people who would like to get their hands on this monster. He said it so casually, as if we're talking about a rare book or antique, not a horrifying creature. So, you're some kind of monster hunter? Kane smirked, tilting his head slightly as if pondering the definition. I suppose you can call me that. He spoke about a monster that kills people calmly, as if it were a regular job for him. Can you tell me who you work for? And where does this monster even come from? Too many questions. For your own safety, it's better you don't know most of those details. Besides, it's my turn to ask a question. Something his gaze really did tell me it was better not to ask, but did I really want to hold back my questions? My question. Why are you afraid? The question caught me off guard. I blinked trying to find the right answer, but isn't it obvious without an explanation? Because it's a monster that attacks people for no reason. Isn't that enough? What other reason to be afraid is there? That's an interesting answer, but I think it doesn't capture the full picture. What's the difference between this monster and, say, a wild bear? I frowned, but he continued before I can get a word in. Bears, like many wild animals, can wander into a city and start killing whomever they please. Have you ever seen news about wild animals wandering too far? They're dangerous. They kill too. They don't always have to have a reason. He paused briefly, watching my reaction. I'd even say the probability of meeting a rage bear in the city is higher than running into an escaped monster. But, are you as afraid of bears? Do you panic at the mere thought of them? Do you have nightmares about them? I couldn't immediately think of a reply. His words made sense even if I didn't want to admit it. There's something to that, I guess, but your logic still seems a little strange to me. Kane's eyes narrowed slightly, but his tone remained just as even. Then, tell me, what are you really afraid of? I'm not sure. Bears are different. They're real. They can be explained. They're just animals. But the thing I saw, it doesn't seem like something that should exist in this world. Ha! So you're not afraid of what it can do, but the mere fact that it exists. It seems so, but I don't fully understand why it scares me so much. In that case, my question now, does this monster scare you? I watched his reaction carefully. Before Kane had spoken with confidence, almost mockingly, but now, smirk vanished from his face, leaving only a shadow of something darker behind. It does, but for a completely different reason. Can I ask, what are you going to do now about all this? Did he ignore my question on accident, or did he just not want to answer? I understand you have to have your own motivations regarding this monster, but wouldn't it be better to go to the authorities, report it to the news, or the police? Warn people? Incredibly foolish. He said it with such calmness that I immediately felt foolish, like a naive child. Why? Isn't it too dangerous just to let this creature roam the streets? It's already attacked someone. Who knows how many more people get hurt if it does anything? So, you do want to deal with the monster then? For some reason. I really did, but why? Why didn't I want to just forget all this? How many times have I asked myself that now? What's happening inside my head? Empathy? Am I reacting empathetically to his situation? I understand he might have his own motivations, and he might have his own feelings on this. There has to be a reason he's reacting the way he is. Apathy. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what I choose. Why do I need to choose in the first place? Anxiety. There's a lot of thoughts going around inside my head right now, and I'm feeling, and I'm worrying. The tension is insane, but I don't know what I should be doing. Will he tell me the right answer? Edginess? I don't even want to try to act cool around him. The way that I'm trying to act will dictate everything, and me being edgy and pushing this off would be anything but. Eloquence. Am I in control of the situation? I don't believe I am. I don't think I am, and even if I try to give off the fact, to exude the fact that I think I am, I think he'd be able to take that apart real quickly. Perception? what more is there to perceive? I'm not the one controlling this here. I also don't like that he left the door open, speaking of perception. I'm not in control of this, and I won't try to pretend I will be. I'm going to react out of empathy. Maybe I don't want to deal with a monster, but I'd like for you to find it quickly, to protect everyone else. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Kane looked at me, his eyebrows slightly raised. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. You're not so stupid after all, it seems. I'm glad you realize you shouldn't be digging into all this so zealously. However... He stood up abruptly from the couch, looked at me with a slight squint, and held out his hand. I froze for a second before reaching out instinctively. Your phone. Give it to me. Oh, okay. I obediently took the smartphone from my pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to Kane. He quickly typed something, then returned it to me. Now, you have my number. If you want to catch the monster, then you better contact me tomorrow after you've thought it over, and think carefully. His gaze lingered on me longer than usual, as if he were trying to read my mind. Roxy, I feel it. After that, he just turned and headed for the front door. I hurried after him and opened the door. He stopped on the threshold, turned, and looked at me one more time. Good luck. Try not to get in trouble for no reason. And with those words, he was gone. Some time had passed since that strange man left, and I still couldn't gather my thoughts. He's clearly holding something back. He literally didn't let me ask a couple more questions and seemed to be deliberately changing the subject. So where did that monster come from? Are there more like it, or is it one of a kind? Why did everything get so complicated? I feel like I've stumbled into some crazy story, straight out of a horror movie. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. I immediately glanced at the clock. Haley? I actually felt a little relieved that she came home from school early. Now that I was sure the monster wasn't a figment of my own imagination, I didn't want to let her go anywhere alone. Walking up to the door, I looked through the peephole. What? It was that rabbit I saw yesterday. What's he doing here? Suddenly he knocked again, more insistently this time, almost demanding. Not fully understanding what's happening, I opened the door anyway. Before I could say anything, the guy practically flew into my apartment, quickly slamming the door behind him and pressing his back against it. Good thing you let me in so quickly. I blinked, confused. Yeah, you don't know me. Yeah, we've only met once, and yes, I followed you all the way home. And yes, you're answering all my questions before I can even ask them. Moko Joe, aloha. And I really need to talk to you. He paused for a moment as if gauging my reaction, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Jad. I really mean it. Gotta say, the background music is really well done. Definitely gives that something feels off. Real sparks. By the way, glad you're still alive. Well, tell that to my first run. What? Okay, wait. What are you talking about? And what are you doing here? Well, you saw it, didn't you? Was he talking about the monster? I tensed up. I didn't want to show my hand just yet. Saw what? The creature. Yesterday you walked up to the house where it was. I was trying to track it, but then you showed up. So, you know too? Of course I know. The short guy sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. And yesterday I was trying to figure out how to stop you from doing your job, but I just couldn't come up with anything. I was sure that if you knocked on that door, you'd be... He quickly drew a thumb across his throat. By the way, my name's Robbie. Robbie the Rabbit? Silent Hill! He held his hand. I shook it hesitantly. Questions and theories were swirling in my head, but before I could collect my thoughts, he shook my hand vigorously. And I'm bent. I watched him cautiously. He seemed agitated, but not dangerous. Could you tell me what you know about that monster? Sure, I've seen it somewhere before, but can't figure out where. Robbie walked over to the couch and sat down. I tried to pull myself together, exhaled, and sat down in the same armchair where we'd just been talking to Kane. Listen, I know how hard it is to trust strangers, and believe me, I understand perfectly how dangerous it is to trust them, but you need to listen to me. This is really important. I don't even know you. You burst into my home, and that doesn't matter. His ears twitched nervously, and his voice grew very tense. I need help because I can't do this alone. I'm already failing. He cut himself off abruptly, then took a deep breath and continued looking me right in the eye. And because I failed, some guy who lived in that house died. Chill ran down my spine. And what do you want from me? The thing is, I need an ally. An ally? Robbie nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, someone who will believe me and listen to what I have to say. You saw the monster with your own eyes. That means you don't have to prove it's real, and you won't think I'm crazy. I crossed my arms, still trying to process the situation. And what are you going to do once you find this ally? Robbie suddenly gave me the most serious look he could muster. I want to kill the monster. I felt something unpleasant clench inside me. With your own two hands? I don't know yet. He looked away, but then his gaze snapped back, filled with clear resolve. I don't know all its weaknesses, but I'm sure it has a heart. Or a brain. That means one good hit should be enough. Yeah, suddenly he pulled a knife, a small folding knife from his pocket. Without taking his eyes off me, flicked the blade open. I'm sure if I'm stealthy enough, I can handle it. He started twirling the knife, its blade glinting in the light from the window. I just can't seem to find the right moment. This monster's pretty observant. Yeah, right? Okay, he's cute now. Right? I sighed and clasped my hands together. What was I supposed to say to him? My reaction would be empathy. What? No. Apathy? Absolutely not. Anxiety? I think I'm too confused to be anxious in this very moment right now. Edginess? I could see edginess because, you know, he's being what he is. Controlling in this situation? I don't think I'm controlling. Perception? I'm a little too thrown off guard. We're being edgy back at him. I absolutely do not believe you can kill a monster with a little knife like that. Clutch, aloha, unless it politely stands still where we spend 2 hours prying it open like a can of tuna. This is all way too shady. Doubt. Oh, we just gained doubt. Uh-oh. The longer I look at this, the more I want to go back to bed and pretend none of this ever happened. Sorry, but if that's your entire plan, it sounds frankly stupid. I don't believe you can defeat a creature like that with a head-on attack. That's just suicide. Robbie suddenly froze. His ears twitched again, and his hands clenched into fists. He slowly put the knife back in his pocket. But I really need help, and judging by what you think of my plan, I definitely can't do this alone. I'd like to tell you everything I know so we can come up with another plan, but... His ears drooped and his gaze went distant for a moment. My memory hasn't been so good lately. Sounds like a weird excuse. Okay. I need to find out everything I can while he's still willing to talk. Alright. Let's start with the main thing. Where did this monster come from? I don't know. At all. But it almost killed me once. Really? How did you survive? Robbie let out a smirk, but there's nothing cheerful about it. Because it didn't. It didn't just want to kill me. He fell silent, his eyes darting to the side as if it was difficult to continue. I felt something unpleasant clench inside me. It was going to do something much worse. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it wanted to. Suddenly the doorbell rang sharply. Robbie flinched and I looked towards the front door in fear. Are you expecting someone? I glanced quickly at the clock. Actually, yeah, it's probably my sister Haley. She should be getting home from school right about now. I headed for the door with Robbie, stayed behind me, watching tensely. The second I opened the door, Haley burst inside, tossing her backpack onto the couch. Ah, finally home. I'm so tired today. She immediately shrugged off her jacket, threw it on the back of the chair, and kept talking, not even noticing the guest hiding behind my back. We had 2 PE classes in a row. I've never run so much in my life. Oh, who's this? She finally turned to me and saw Robbie. Her gaze immediately turned suspicious. Robbie, who'd been standing still, suddenly stepped forward, poked her shoulder with her finger, and then leaped back. Hey! What the heck? She frowned, looking back and forth between him and me. Bro, did you invite some kind of psycho into our place? Seems real. He mumbled it under his breath, but I heard him. I rolled my eyes and patted his back. This is my acquaintance, Robbie. He's not crazy, I think. Then I nudged him a little closer to the door. He just needed a little help, but everything's fine now. Yeah, I can see that. He definitely needs some help. I leaned closer to him and whispered, let's talk tomorrow. I don't want Haley to hear any of this. Robbie carefully stood on his tiptoes, getting closer to my ear. Okay, whatever you say. Just please contact me tomorrow. I have something important to tell you. Real, Roxy. I was about to show him out, but he suddenly rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a small, worn-out notepad. After writing something with a small pencil, attached by a string, he tore out the page and pressed it in my hand. Don't trust anyone but me. Bye. He let himself out of the apartment, and I just closed the door behind him. Whew. I took a deep breath and looked at Haley, who was busy unpacking her backpack. There's no way I'm letting her get mixed up in all this. Unfortunately, she already is. Walking over to Haley, I took her jacket from the back of the chair, carefully dusted it off, and carried it to the coat rack by the door. So, how was your day? Haley immediately squinted, her eyes glinting with suspicion. Ben, tell me the truth. Oh no, what is this? Does she suspect something? The honest to God truth. What should I say? What excuse can I make up? I have to protect her from these horrors. Did you get a boyfriend? Huh? What? Judging by your face, it's a yes. I knew it. She giggled, nudging me in the ribs with her elbow. What was I even supposed to say to that? Oh. Oh. What? What? No, Robbie's not my boyfriend. You didn't get that idea. Well, she theatrically tilted her head, bit her lip, and pretended to think. You both got so flustered when I walked in, and then you started whispering, and you were practically holding hands. She giggled. And he passed you a little note, too? Probably a love confession or a phone number for a romantic rendezvous? We weren't holding hands, and it's not a love confession. And it's not a phone number. I had to say it with much more confidence, but suddenly realized I was still clutching to fold a piece of paper in my hand. I slowly unfolded it and started to read. So what is it then? A phone number. And it just says, call me. The moment I said it out loud, Haley's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Yes, I knew it! She crossed her arms proudly. You can't hide anything from me, silly. But he's not... I rubbed the back of my neck nervously. I had no way to defend myself. He just came by for some work-related stuff, that's all. But her expression said it all. Nothing I could say could convince her otherwise. Spent the whole day trying to act completely normal so I wouldn't scare Haley. I don't know if I succeeded, but everything went on as usual. As evening approached, I went to bed thinking about what to do next. After lying in bed for over an hour, I can feel sleep stubbornly refusing to come. So much had happened in the last 2 days, I felt like I almost had no energy left to think. My head was humming like an overhead engine. I knew I should just close my eyes and try to sleep, but it was especially difficult this time. After our parents died, I can't remember if we have ever slept as soundly as I did when I was a kid. Does time really heal all wounds, like they say? Or is that just an empty phrase for people who don't know what to do with themselves? I sighed and stared up at the ceiling. In any case, I'll have to contact one of my new acquaintances tomorrow. It would be interesting to meet with both at once, but I'm sure that's not the best idea. Robbie seemed too nervous and cautious, and Kane, I don't think he trusts me at all yet. And besides, if they're from completely different worlds, which means I'll have to choose one of them. But who? It's a difficult choice. I'll leave the decision for tomorrow. I need to try and distract myself so I can get to sleep. Concert. Not interesting. Remind all residents, please follow parking rules. Yeah. He's so cute. Yeah, that's nice. Latest chapter of Samurai Local. I don't need any of this. I'm living it right now. Keep moving. Orange is really good for you. I love oranges. No. Let's keep that. Let's keep that funny number off of there. Oranges, sure. Odd. We got kicked out again because of an error, but now it looks like everything's alright. Oh. I already know the password, just gotta punch in the numbers in the right order. Finding among all these digits. Okay. Oh, you're funny. Oh, there's a timer! Oh no. Perception. Perception be damned. It changes just a bit. What? I thought I hit the 6. Fuck. Seven. Fuck, no. Oh, wait, I gotta start all over? Oh, shit. Oh, it's gonna change. Okay, got it. Whew. What? Okay. 7. 3. 1. 0. 8. 4. 2. No. What? Where is it? 2. Fuck. No, come on. Oh my god, it's really fast actually. Okay, we're good. Let's see how Kip works. Fuck. Okay. Two. 9. 0. 7. 4. Fuck. 1. Okay. It's intense, but there's something oddly charming about this old code. Right, let's carry on. Last update installed. Select to install. No. No new updates. We're good. This is really messing with my brain. It is. It is. But unfortunately, I have to get ready. It is now 4 p.m. I have some reading to do today for our table read for Starcross Coast. So I should take the hour to not just rest my voice, but eat properly. I do plan to come back to this, though. Woo, more reading! Real! But I appreciate you all. This has been great fun. I am very excited. Be sure to download the game. It is for free. This is not sponsored. I found this by chance, and I am very much enjoying it. So, it's a free game. It is called Aim to Capture. This is only episode 1 of 4, apparently. Play through it. Give your experiences, and let's try it. It is only a demo right now, too. Can you believe that? It is kind of crazy, I know. Yeah, no, this is actually really, really fun. Thank you for sharing, thank you for watching, and thank you for spreading the word. Help support creators. I should definitely hit... Where is there a save? Where's the save button? Save button. Oh my god, guys, we saved for the first time. Yeah! Whoopee! Alright. We got our saving. We got our saving. Support furry visual novels. Real answer to that. But for now, we shall find somebody to raid. Let's see who we got. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What do we got? What do we got? I want to find somebody who's going to be unique and interesting with this, and I think I know. I think I know what I'm going to go with. Alright, let me get it set up. Alright, everyone. So, speaking of artists, visual novels, furries, we're going to be rating Andre. Let's get in there. Let's give Andre some love. They do a lot of work. They are somebody who is wonderfully supportive of our... Oh, why is it talking? Why are you talking? Just read over the lady as a really long title. What are you talking about? Anyway, don't talk to me. I saved the game already. So, like I said, we're going to get in there. We're going to be rating Andre. Get in there. Give them some proper love. They do a lot of work. They believe in the community. They are a very sweet person. Give them a chance. And... right? Not allowed to talk. I don't know. What do you mean? No, not that. I don't know why the thing is talking to me in there. But yes, get in there. Give Andre some love. I appreciate you all for your time. And I appreciate you all for... Why is there noise going on? It's like music playing and I'm freaking out. There's too much going on here. I don't even know where the raid is going. It's happening, I think. Question mark. But anyway, have fun. I appreciate you all. Thank you for coming down. I will continue this more than likely tomorrow. I am waking up in the daytime right now. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for dissecting my brain a little bit. The VOD will be posted right after for any of you who need review on how the Kippy operates and also how you operate. So take the time for yourself. Take the time to think. Take the time to play this game. And in a sense, get a notebook and write down things about yourself to be prepared for what's to come. Love you all. Big alohas. Have fun with Andre. Give him some great messages. Be yourself.